you can take this? Thought you'd be more intimidating.
Sabi mo hangout tayo, puro ka naman games eh.
Sabi ko naman kasi sa'yo, subukan mo to. Mag-i-enjoy ka, promise.
Hindi nga kasi ako gamer eh. Pero sige na nga, sige lang to Wow! Anong gagawin natin dito?
Magkakampi tayo, tapos kalaban natin silang lahat. Kailangan sa huli, tayo lang matira, kaya dapat alert ka.
Lahat sila papatayin? Lahat?
Ganun na nga.
Hello!
Enjoy lang tayo,
Time for the mission. Get ready.
Anong gagawin ko ngayon?
Sundin mo ako, kailangan na natin kumuha ng baril.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. First blood.
Uy! Ayos to I'm hit!
May sniper! Nagkahihil kita!
Thanks, Westy.
Using adrenaline shot now.
Stay alert. Go, go, go! Nice! Subukan mo naman makatakas sa susunod! Konti na lang! Watch your six!
Only 2 teams left, getting close to victory.
Sa likod mo!
We have a winner.
See? Sabi kasi maganda, di ba?
Tara, isa pa!
Tara, tara! Start mo, start!
Sige.
right under your noses. You have absolutely no idea what you're up against.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Bestie, sabi mo hangout tayo. Puro ka naman games eh.
Sabi ko naman kasi sa'yo, subukan mo to. Mag-i-enjoy ka, promise.
Hindi nga kasi ako gamer eh. Pero sige na nga. Ngayon lang to ah. Wow! Anong gagawin natin dito?
Magkakampi tayo, tapos kalaban natin silang lahat. Kailangan sa huli tayo lang matira, kaya dapat alert ka.
Lahat sila papatayin? Lahat?
Ganun na nga.
Hello!
Enjoy lang tayo, ha?
Time for the mission. Get ready.
Anong gagawin ko ngayon?
Sundin mo ako, kailangan na natin kumuha ng baril.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. First blood.
Uy! Ayos to ah! I'm hit!
May sniper! Nagka-heal kita!
Thanks, Bestie.
Using adrenaline shot now.
Stay alert. Go, go, go! Nice! Subukan mo naman makatapos sa susunod! Konti na lang! Watch your six!
Only 2 teams left, getting close to victory.
Sa likod mo!
GG!
We have a winner.
See? Sabi kasi maganda, di ba?
Tara, isa pa!
Tara, tara! Start mo, start!
Sige.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Think you can take this? Thought you'd be more intimidating.
Bestie, sabi mo hangout tayo. Puro ka naman games eh.
Sabi ko naman kasi sa'yo, subukan mo to. Mag-i-enjoy ka, promise.
Hindi nga kasi ako gamer eh. Pero sige na nga. Ngayon lang to ah. Wow! Anong gagawin natin dito?
Magkakampi tayo, tapos kalaban natin silang lahat. Kailangan sa huli tayo lang matira, kaya dapat alert ka, ha?
Lahat sila papatayin? Lahat?
Ganun na nga.
Hello!
Enjoy lang tayo, ha?
Time for the mission. Get ready.
Anong gagawin ko ngayon?
Sundin mo ako, kailangan na natin kumuha ng baril.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. First blood.
Uy! Ayos to ah! I'm hit!
May sniper! Nag-i-heal kita!
Thanks, Bestie.
Using adrenaline shot now.
Stay alert. Go, go, go! Nay, subukan mo naman makatakas sa susunod! Konti na lang! Watch your six!
Only 2 teams left, getting close to victory.
Sa likod mo!
We have a winner.
See? Sabi kasi maganda, di ba?
Tara, isa pa!
Tara, tara! Start mo, start!
Sige.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the grand finals of the Valkyrie series. This is playoffs day 2, and 3 teams remain standing. Gaijin, Invicta, the underdogs with an opportunity. Velvet, the ones who represent MYSG, as well as XDG LXIX, who have been the most dominant at the Valkyries in here so far. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio. I am supposed to be joined by Beef Mommy, but unfortunately, due to a couple of technical issues, we cannot have her on cam. No, she's not having a bad headache. That is definitely what she wants all of y'all to think. But I'll tell you the truth, okay? She's having a very bad headache, and we just couldn't. We just couldn't. And technically, no, actually, we said, you know what, Beef, it's all right. But she didn't wanna show your faces. So yeah, unfortunately, we can't drag her out onto cam. But what we can do is have a cast with us. So whenever we jump into the game, Beef Mommy will definitely be in here with us. We are going to be jumping in to the qualified teams who have made it to the playoffs. It is none other than XDG LXIX, Velvet, Gaijin, Invicta, as well as AIM Artemis. Now, yesterday, AIM Artemis unfortunately got eliminated because they could not go up against Gaijin Invicta and pick that W. That was the one final opportunity. Now, let's take a quick look at the brackets to break down a little bit more of what I, just said, right? At the start of yesterday, XDG LXIX, they met AIM Artemis and they defeated them 3-1, which kicked AIM Artemis into the lower brackets. Velvet then took on Gaijin Invicta, and they won that match 3-0. And that, of course, moved Gaijin Invicta into the lower brackets as well to meet AIM Artemis, where they defeated them 3-0 to move into the lower bracket final for today. Which means XDG as well as Velvet, they sit at the upper bracket final. Now, that is going to be series number 1 that we watch in here today. The team that loses will go down to face Gaijin Invicta. The team that wins will move on to the grand finals immediately. Let's take a quick look at the prize pool. This is one of the things that the ladies are fighting to win here for themselves, apart from the love and support from the community. $3,000 in this prize pool. 4th place, and that of course is for AIM Artemis, $250, 500 USD to the ones who will pick up that 3rd spot. 2nd spot will be able to take home 750 USD. And to that number 1 spot, to the grand finals champion, $1,500. Now, at these moments, I truly, miss Beef Mommy because, she'd be filling in, she'd be helping the Mustachio take a breather. But unfortunately, no, ladies and gentlemen, today's just not one of those days where Mustachio has Beef to save him. Valkyrie Honor. The Valkyrie Honor Award is to be given out as well. And these are our top 4 Valkyries. Hashtag Valkyrie Elmo-J. Hashtag Valkyrie Mia. Hashtag Valkyrie Fia. Hashtag Valkyrie Yisa. Now, Yisa from AIM Artemis, unfortunately, they will take the 4th spot for themselves. Which one of these Valkyries, between Elmo-J, Mia, as well as Afia, which Valkyrie will be able to lead their team to victory, will be able to lead the team all the way into the grand finals to bag that 1,500 USD, as well as the honor of being called that number 1 team throughout MYSG as well as the Philippines. Now, let's take a quick look at the schedule for today. You should have been able to figure this out based on the brackets already, but we'll run through it either way, all right? XDG LXIX will be taking on Velvet, and that is going to be series number 1. Like I've already mentioned, Gaijin Invicta will meet the ones who lose from series number 1. The winner of series 1 will move on directly to the grand finals, and the winner of the match against Gaijin Invicta will go to the grand finals as well. And here is your lineup for the most dominant team in the whole of the Valkyrie series so far. XDG LXIX with Afia, Afro, Venice, Costa, Sika, as well as Yaki. Now, here's this little bit of a problem with the XDG team. Although in the group stages, it may seem like Velvet were on par with them, there was one thing that set them apart. They went into 7 games and they took 7 victories. Team Velvet, they lost to one team. Which team did they lose to? They lost to XDG LXIX. So will Afia and team be able to do it once again? They've done it once, so why not? Let's bring on the lineup of Velvet with Keiki, Elmo J, Vapi, Savella, NXBot, as well as Bloom. Now, this is a lineup full of ladies that are so very capable out there on the battlefield. And, the MVP title keeps moving from player to player. Elmo J has dominated a couple of the days from last week. And here's the thing, right? NXBot, every single time she steps up to the plate, she challenges Elmo J for that MVP title. And that just seems to do the team so much of good. Now, we will be able to see your MVP, your player highlights between Sika as well as NXBot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's take a quick look at the average kills in here. They stand at 16 to 19, with NXBot obviously doing a little bit more damage, being able to take down a couple of more players more than Sika. But is that going to be the world of difference and the only difference between them? No. Look at the crazy number of assists that NXBot is able to drop into these games. 18 versus Sika's 5. An absolute crazy number. This just makes XDG look like they are not shining as bright as Team Velvet. But this is just the one-on-one between 2 players in here. And if anything, XDG has been able to show that they have been able to shine slightly better than Team Velvet. Beef Mommy, I really, really miss you. Like, jumping in half by half, man. Quite honestly, we should be able to bring Beef in here for the map bans and picks as well. Now, map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Hardpoint. Let's take a quick look and see exactly which maps get banned here, as Velvet will win this coin toss. Standoff as well as Raid gets ticked off of the list. And let's see exactly where Velvet will be bringing XDG into. Most probably firing range, because that is one of the places where they definitely do love to light things up. Let's see.
Here for today. I apologize, Asia, that you always had to do that all on your own in that introduction, but again, that was a very amazing introduction. But here we go. We're heading straight into Hardpoint firing range, and this is a doozy. Now, Velvet won this coin toss, and this will be the hardest game that XDG has to do in this whole competition unless they see Velvet again in the finals. But here we go. We already know firing range is going to be picked. I already know for domination they will pick that as well, because Velvet really loves firing range, and I love being here and actually able to see this one. And hopefully you guys get to see me, because I don't have that much of a bad hair day, AJ.
That's what she says, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Don't believe her. Tunisia Crossfire has been banned out for Search and Destroy. And yes, Beef Mommy, I'm glad to have you back. I need a breather once in a while, man. Standoff is where we're going to be playing this. And Hotel Yard is not going to be lit up because it's not that sort of a match. We are talking about bomb site A as well as B. Most of the time in Standoff, only one of those sites get tackled. Only one of those sites will be having multiple of these rushes in for the plant. And that's going to be your A side. B side, we don't really see these teams taking it much, but will today be the day where there will be a little bit of a change in gameplay? We will see, Beef.
Yep, exactly. And we already know how well both of these teams do in Search and Destroy. But we already know that XDG does a little bit well, because with Velvet, they have a little bit of an edge in terms of that respawn game mode. And for domination, oh, what a smart pick here. You can see Crash and firing range will be banned, and they already know that firing range is going to be banned over here, and it's going to be Crossfire. Now, this is so smart. XDG knows that firing range will be the bane of their existence in terms of domination, so they banned that one, and Crossfire is going to be the name of the game. So they have a little bit more of an advantage here, because if you guys didn't know, Velvet actually lost Crossfire Hardpoint against a team like, Gaijin and Invicta. So maybe their weakness could be Crossfire. So I'm very interested to see how they actually do domination over here.
Yeah, and maybe that is mind games as well, right? Because Velvet drops it and picks Crossfire even after they've already gotten their butts handed over to them. So let's see if or not they will be able to show us a little bit of a change in gameplay, or are they literally just giving away a map to XDG? Hardpoint as well as Search and Destroy for map 4 and 5, if at all we are pushed that far. XDG bringing it old school down into Nuketown, and map number 5 for Search and Destroy. Velvet will say, if at all it gets pushed this far, we will bring it down into raid. 5 different matches, 5 different maps. Let's see if or not we do cross all over those 5 games.
Yes, I'm actually really excited to see 5 games because we haven't seen a game number 5 here so far. The furthest we've gone through is actually game number 4, which was going to be yesterday. Again, that was really, really exciting, and I really want all of these titans of a team to actually make it here. Nuketown and Raid, now those are great maps, especially for Hardpoint, because you don't really have much of a strategy going on here in Nuketown because it's all going to be an all-out gunfire over here. We're going to be seeing Afia and also NX Bot to be really popping off over here, and also Elmo J. But with Raid, it's going to be a little bit more relaxed. So I feel like that dynamic between having Nuketown and Raid is going to be a very interesting dynamic shift from having to have an aggressive push to a really close and calculated performance here in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, so Nuketown, Hardpoint, old school, right? And this is the one map that truly brings out the essence of Call of Duty Mobile. Call of Duty Mobile, first-person shooter, third-person shooter, however you want to be able to take it in MP or Battle Royale, right? The one thing about it has always been about how fast-paced this action is in the game. But when you drop into Nuketown, it just takes it up a few notches higher just because of how tiny that little map is, right? And there are a couple of strategies that you can play in there as well, but it will heavily depend on what sort of score streaks you drop into the game and exactly how do you control the pressure from your opponents whilst you do take those very open points. This is going to be Hardpoint, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. So it's not like domination where there will be uncontrolled chaos. It will be controlled chaos to a certain degree, and it will fall back to exactly how good these players are at taking down their opponents, how good they are within the gunsmith to mod their guns out to make sure they will be agile enough to get those kills and back out into hiding for some defense. Let's see exactly how they take it. Which one of these game modes as well as map are you looking forward to personally?
Honestly, I'm really looking forward to this Crossfire matchup because I know that Velvet might not actually want this one. I mean, I know they picked Crossfire and they lost that one. So I want to see how XDG responds to that, especially knowing how Velvet got beat in this particular map. But it was a different game mode. But we'll see. But we are going to be starting it off here in Hardpoint firing range. Now, this is the map that Velvet loves, and Velvet has absolutely been dominating on.
Okay, now let's see. This is gonna be the opener down here at Branch Road, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And as you guys know, this is not gonna be an easy hard point to take care of because of exactly how open it is. Now, when your team is in the hard point, it will be of great assistance if you can get one of your team members up into that scout tower, which is exactly what is happening here as one player from XDG will quickly jump in there, and that's gonna be Sika. Let's take a quick look and see exactly what gun she has. She's got the chopper on her as well, B, which means she is going to be able to help her team hold on to this hard point for a bit.
Such a smart position here by Sika, knowing that the girls from Velvet will definitely want to not go through mid into that hard point, knowing that someone is going to be there with the chopper, and you can see it over here. They're having such a hard time really trying to infiltrate into that first hard point, and we can see such a dominating start here, but they really need to go for that rotation off of P2.
Okay, now let's see exactly how Velvet will pull this back at the command center. This is going to be hard point number 2. Velvet trying to force their way in there, but the players from XDG already present. Bloom, a 2-on-1 situation, rushes in for the push because she had to contest for those points. Unfortunately, nothing will come out of it. And this is an opportunity for Elmo J to step in, but XDG just so good on those gun skills. Keiki will drop in for a bit. Bloom will pick those points up, and this is the girls from Velvet with the comeback gameplay. But with a one-woman defense, that will go on to fall Jock RC just parading outside, waiting for the players of Velvet to drop in once again. Elmo drops that thermite and goes in for the push, but it's going to be a 3-on-1, which means Elmo is not going to be able to play this hard point at all. Most probably, Beef, they're going to be able to pick up some scraps unless they bring in all of their players. They are trickling in one by one. How long can they stand?
Now, this is what we were seeing yesterday in XDG's game. You can see that they're giving the scrap points to Velvet right now, which is so smart. The points aren't that far off, but then you can see here, the rotation is so good for XDG LXIX. They're going in there, they're not giving away too much time, they're contesting it, and right now, it's gonna be a gunfire.
Oh, Venice not doing that at all well. Fia drops right out to see exactly how much you can help her team members. It's gonna be Yaki, QQ9, prime spot within the white warehouse to hold on to all of these points. Brings out the Jock RC, but Velvet doing the same as well. But nothing is gonna be stopping Consta. Those points being contested for just a little bit for one more invade from the player of Velvet. But it is gonna be XDG all the way for the time being. One good hard point can make a comeback in here, but after the white warehouse, you've got Barracks Hut, and that is open in 4 different locations. The invade from XDG can come through anytime. Velvet needs to step their gameplay up right now, B.
Consta just defending that hardpoint all by herself, killing 3 people in the process, and now they have to go for that rotation off of Barracks Hut. And I think, you know, Velvet has a hold of that, but then so far they've been having a hard time with the gunfights. And this is Velvet we're talking about. Velvet is usually really good at this, but then they are up against XDG LXIX, and we have Yaki with an XS1 Goliath here. It's going to prove to be so difficult for them to infiltrate this one.
Yaki was crazy with the QQ9 in the white warehouse. Yaki is even crazier with the XS1 at the Barracks Hut. And this is an all-out annihilation. 40 seconds in here. If XDG can complete this hard point, this is it. Velvet will not be able to make a comeback. The game is over right here. Keiki as well as Bloom dropping right in. But Yaki's XS1 Goliath is still alive, keeping a hold on this hard point. Nothing Team Velvet can do because Yaki's just that good. XS1 Goliath finally taken down. And Team Velvet will have an opportunity not to pick those points up, but to contest for it. Afia making the lives of Velvet so difficult because even after all of those battles, Velvet doesn't get to pick points up because XDG constantly contests for that point because they know if they can't get it, you ain't gonna get it. And down we go into Branch Road where XDG got a majority of the points in round 1, which means this just looks like it is a closure for them. But it is Velvet at the hard point. Here's that comeback gameplay, but for how long will this last be?
Well, if it is a team that can make a comeback, it will definitely be Velvet. They need to get every single point that they can have here, not allow XDG to even step on it, but they did, and we see here cluster strikes are going to be raining down, and it's going to be hard to actually get in here, especially now there's going to be another Goliath in the area, but then they do take it out, AJ.
Okay, now let's see if or not they will be able to fight this back because so far so good. Branch Road, the cluster strike in there as well to help them hold on to it. And XDG isn't pushing. XDG's playing the calm game. Look at Consta. She picks up her XS1 Goliath and she's already at the second command center. Sorry, the second hard point, which is the command center. They only need 9 more points. Oh, but Consta, she will lose her XS1 Goliath. Now Keiki bringing in the cluster strike as well. This is back-to-back cluster strike from Team Velvet. This is the comeback gameplay. Even if they take all of the points at this hard point, it's not going to be enough. They need to finish off command center and they need to drop into the white warehouse as well. Are we going to be able to see the girls do that? Because there's no way in hell XDG is not going to step in just like what you're seeing in front of you right now to contest for these points. 43 seconds to go. This will be an unfortunate day, an unfortunate opener for XDG if they don't pull this back.
Oh no, you know the reason why they're actually losing points? One member is actually out from XDG LXIX. Now it's going to be difficult for them to actually have it, especially just with 4 people in their team. Now what they need to do is to make that rotation off of that second hardpoint and the third hardpoint in trailer or in warehouse. Now that's going to be their best bet, because if you're going to go here against Vapey with that XS1 Goliath, they have absolutely no chance of winning this one. And now they are having the hardest of times, even with Yaki with 22 kills. They're not going to be able to actually go for this one. And now we are at match point 141 and 141. AJ, it's going to be difficult for them to go here, especially with just 4 people.
Yeah, but they have fought it and they have managed to delay the victory from Velvet. Velvet should have been able to close that off, but it was constantly contested by Consta. No pun intended at all. 150! Too easy, too quick. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did not expect what we just saw, but congratulations to the ladies from Team Velvet. MYSG represent. The ladies from Singapore have done everything in their power to make a comeback in that game. Now, unfortunately for XDG, they lost their player and they could not hold on to what was quite a commanding lead in that game. And I want to be able to see XDG take these beautiful games against Velvet without any one of these issues. But, you know, these are one of the things that the organizers just cannot control, right? Because, you know, each and every single individual player, they are responsible for their own connection in here. Let's take a quick look at the breakdown of that match and see exactly how much of damage these girls brought into that game. Elmo J will pick up that MVP, 2016-14 on the KDA. She picks the MVP up as usual. Afia on the other side for XDG LXIX. You've got Yaki, Consta, as well as Sika in here. And unfortunately, Venice would go ahead to drop out of the game. And we all know exactly how crazy Venice has been in this game's beef. And, you know, if at all she didn't drop out, would the points or the final way this game had turned out be different?
Most definitely. There were 10 points to winning, and she left at, unfortunately, a very crucial part of the match. But then, hopefully, they will have a better connection at the end of these games right now, because we already knew that XDG had that round. They had it in the bag, no doubt. But then they're going to be having another, you know, that stress in their mind that, okay, we have Venice out, we're not having a really good connection, and that might actually, you know, give them a little bit of a hard time, especially for search and destroy in standoff. Hopefully it doesn't happen again, because that's not going to be a very satisfying win for the girls of Velvet, because they really want to bring it here to the table.
Oh, absolutely, man. And, you know, will they be able to show us this exact same sort of a performance? Because if you ask me, that was a absolute lucky win for the Singaporeans, right? And lucky because of the circumstances, lucky because of, you know, just the sheer complexion of the game as we started. And through the match, it looked like such a dominant charge taken on by the XDG LXIX side. And Velvet only managed to start making these comebacks towards the end of the game. But that could have been already to a point where Venice was having some of these connection issues. So maybe that could have contributed some of that comeback. Will Velvet be able to negate the fact that they got an upper hand here and take game number 2 for themselves, as Elmo J opens up with a frag on Yaki that might just be possible for round 1, but Consta responds right back by taking Sovella out.
That was a very nice opening pick here by Sovella, but then she stayed there a little bit too far. She kept on making the same moves with Consta with a kill again. AJ, now this sniper that we have here, Consta, she is probably the best sniper that we have in the game, and Sovella is just right there with her as well. But then I feel like Consta just has a little bit of that edge off of her, because you know how good she is, not only in hard scoping, but also with quick scope. So if you are going to be going up against a sniper like Consta, you cannot peek twice. If you peek once and you live, that is luck on your side. But if you peek the second time, you are most likely going to be able to bite the bullet. And right now, Consta is going to be such a nuisance there on that part. And Consta knows that the bomb is going to be planted. So all they can do is play for time.
Okay, now this is going to be a position where XDG will be able to just allow Velvet to make a play. Let's see exactly how they come back in here for the defusal as Elmo J takes Venice out of the equation and Xbot drops in as well. And that Fennec will be able to bring in the damage. Consta shut down. And so much of time for the defusal. Velvet will be able to take round number 1.
Beautiful 3-piece by Consta, but sadly, she wasn't able to actually get all of those points for her team. And we can see over there that Venice reconnected to the game. So there really is a connection issue in the side of XDG LXIX, which is very unfortunate to see. But hopefully everyone else steps up. With that in mind, especially if you're going to have that, especially, being losing that last round, you are going to have that mindset here as well. You need to get over that, and this is where you'll see professionalism. If the girls of XDG LXIX get to win this knowing that a player has unsteady connection, now that is the best thing that you can see with the team. That is composure right there. And we can see here, one person is down from Velvet.
Yep, and they're going in for a quick plant now from XDG. Keiki will delete a fear as we will prowl through. This is a 3-on-3 situation. Venice with the opportunity, but does not strike, and she will have to wait for one more golden opportune moment. The bomb will be planted. That was a fake coming in from XDG a little bit earlier as Keiki will eliminate Sika. One player is already on point to defuse the bomb. Venice will be taken out. Keiki on the approach now. The smoke will be popped and nothing Consta can do as this bomb gets defused.
Now, this is such a bad thing to be in. The kind of mindset you really need to take yourself out of. And you can see that it's kind of affecting the gameplay of XDG. But I hope that they take this into heart and into mind and really have another play. And this is where you're going to see the professionalism really shine and where their skills really shine. And Consta now is going to be the playmaker of this game. And we're going to be seeing a very interesting rotation by the girls of XDG. They're actually staying in here. They're not going to be planting over at A really rushingly over here. And then the field with an opening frag.
Okay, Yaki gets Elbow J as well with a headshot. That's a 5-on-3. XDG look good to pick this round out. NX bot opportunity, 7 HP, doesn't get the takedown and will get Sika shutting out. QQ9, and this time with the plant, there's no way Bloom or Sovilla will be able to make a comeback. Trophy system taken out by Yaki, and they will be on the wait. Sovilla as well as Bloom, 2-on-5. This is a near impossible state, but Sovilla has been one of those miracle snipers in the competition, but so has Venice as she goes in for a takedown. Even through all of those disconnections, she will be able to slay. Sovilla, on the other hand, does not, as XDG will pick 1 point up for themselves.
Now, this is where you see XDG at its finest. They absolutely crushed that round. They made a different approach, like what I've been saying, because they need to make a different approach. The first 2 approaches did not work out, knowing that one of their players didn't have a really good connection. But Sovilla with the opening pickoff of Consta. Now, Consta is going to be out early on in the round, and it's going to be difficult for XDG LXIX to actually go through this round without her. And it's going to be interesting how they actually play here, because they are going to have a 2-2 split here. 2 people in mid, 2 people going to be in A-bomb side. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but hopefully they actually pick this through. What the Velvet girls need to do is to just wait patiently and go for the flank. And we can see here, Bloom is going to be able to go for that flank, which is really good for them. And if these girls don't really have that defense around, it's going to be dangerous.
Okay, now Venice getting taken out. Yaki goes down as well. Bloom with a 2-piece. And XDG only have a Fia left. She goes crazy. QQ9 on the slide. She will get taken down. 0 HP. And NX bot is the one to send that final bullet towards her. And here's the problem. It does not look like XDG is going to be able to survive this. We may just be witnessing the start of what could probably be the most amazing comeback at a grand finals. Due to a disconnection, they might drop into the lower brackets, but hopefully Venice will be able to fix all of those issues right after a couple of days, because we cannot continue the day, especially a day as important as today, like this beat.
Yaki introduced that round with a bomb, a beautiful bomb that absolutely denied Elmo J to even help in that round. And we already know that Elmo J is such a crucial, flex player here. She is aggressive, and NX Bot as well, having so many shots here, but then it's going to be difficult for her as Sika is going to keep her out. And it's going to be interesting how XCG replies here, especially now that they have that upper hand, AJ. They need to go really rotate as a team, as right now they're a little bit spread out.
Well, with Venice getting a takedown there, it looks like she might just be back, but the question is for how long? Blue solo in here. Man of War drops in with a beautiful long-range kill on Venice. Sika as well as Consta, a 2-on-1, but Consta will have the snipe as usual, and Bloom dropping right in front of a crosshairs. This might not be the brightest of ideas dropping in from Bloom, but let's see exactly how she will take it, as Consta might have spotted her out already. Bloom might have seen her as well. Sika drops in for the distraction to make sure she doesn't take Bloom out. 24 seconds in here, and this is great cover coming in from XDG, but Bloom with the takedown on Sika. 1-on-1, Man of War, and Consta needs to back away. The quick scopes aren't going to be helping her this time round, as the Man of War will drop out with the amazing clutch coming in here from Bloom, and 7 more seconds, she will defuse this successfully as Velvet takes point number 4.
Come on, XDG. All you needed to do was play for time. There were 2 of you, and I don't know why they let their eyes off of her. Bloom had the amazing strategy of not even playing into their tactics, but XDG LXIX, Consta, you should have just played for time. I'm not quite sure why she even engaged here. She should have just been annoying on Bloom like that, but then unfortunately, it was enough time for her to actually go defuse that bomb. That was very unfortunate to see, and right now we are at a 4-1. If they need that 1 more point, they really need to get that, because 2 more points for Velvet, they are going to be winning Search and Destroy, and that is 1 point away of actually having that game point.
Consta could have taken that headshot, but then bots that and backs away. Lucky that she didn't get taken down. What am I saying? She's lucky that she didn't get taken down in reverse. NX bot Fennec with the opportunity. Great positioning. Spots ahead, but Afia drops right beside her with the 1-shot, 1-kill KRF. 1 more opportunity. Jumps up. Afia gets Elmo J this time. So Vela will get shut down. This is back-to-back, but XDG, they will slay, and they will be able to get the defusal as well. Such an easy round picked up by XDG. Consistency is what we look for. So how many more times can they do that?
Beautiful pinch play there by XDG, knowing that they would have that disadvantage of going in there head on. So they went for the flag. 2 members went for the flag, and 3 members went for that A-bomb site. And they did it so well with perfection. And that's what they need to keep doing, is to not have the opportunity to be read like a book by Velvet. And all of those smart plays, the one that, Velvet doesn't really get to see it going, that's where they actually get to live here. But not knowing that they're going to be doing that same flank here, I think they might not have that same mistake.
So Vela shutting Consta down very early. Venice in here trying to get a quick peek on the players, but great positioning coming in from Team Velvet. Behind the crate as well as this wall of fear. 1-shot, 1-kill, but amazing comeback this time from NX Bot. 2 times in a row. Venice taken down as well. This is exactly why she... come on, like, you people didn't even vote for her. NX Bot for Valkyrie. So Vela gets shut down as well. It's a 3-on-1 situation. Yaki QQ9 with the 2nd piece in a row, and she will now have to go up against Keiki, who is right in front of her. Thermite gets popped out first. Yaki can be doing this, and she does exactly that. Takes 3 pieces in a row, and she will take 1 back for XDG.
Sadly, it wasn't enough, as the bomb did explode, and we see here match point 5-2. 1 more win for Velvet, and they will win this one. It's going to be exceptionally hard for XDG to even pull this off, to even win games in a row, to actually be able to win this round, but it is very possible with a team like this. Now, this is the most important part of their tournament. Now, if they don't get 1 more, this might really crush their spirits. And with Venice having that trouble with that connection, I think that might be hard for them, but it's very doable. We've seen it already. Do not be predictable. And we can see here the bomb is going to be staying in mid, and everyone's just hanging on here.
I swear to God, I didn't see that bomb go off. It's going to be Elmo J on the wait now. XDG playing this really slow. Let's take a quick look at the defense, right? They've piled up a 4-1. They're expecting the bomb to drop into B. Nobody's going towards A, and the bomb finally decides to change course. But one player will be there, so this bomber needs to be careful. It is none other than NX Bot who will be able to place the bomb on the ground, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Here comes the plan, and Keiki takes Sika out, which means XDG is already one woman down. With Velvet on the plan, are we going to be able to see XDG make a comeback in here? Elmo J will drop in real close, unfortunately shut down, but he's still with the snipes.
But it's going to be hard for her to actually get that one, especially with that sniper. But we can see here a turnaround, a really quick turnaround. Trade after trade is going to be a 1v2 situation. And Savella gets that pick, and it's going to be very hard for her to actually defend it. 14 seconds on the clock, and it's still a lot of time for them to actually go for the defusal. That was a very amazing round, and I thought they went in there a little bit too passively, but I was wrong. I'm very excited to see how that really turned out. XDG did such a good job, especially Venice looking like she's finally having that rhythm that she deserves. 2 more rounds and they'll go head-to-head with Velvet, but it is a do-or-die situation here as they have 1 more point to actually win this with Velvet.
Again, with the 4-1 split coming in from XDG, one player to go in for the defense, and the bomb plan coming in at Alpha real quick. NX Bot takes it. And this is the pressure onto XDG. And now they need to come back in here with the attack. Elmo J on point. Almost taken out Sika, but she returns fire beautifully to keep you 9. And it's a 5-on-4. And this will be the prowl that Velvet will not expect. Afia drops in with a takedown on Savella. And will be... taken out, almost taken out of the equation. Annex Bot right now will get dropped by Consta. A 2-on-1. Keiki still alive. QQ9. And the diffuser, she almost takes Venice out. But there you go. A 3-on-1 situation is almost not recoverable as she gets that 2-piece. Afia at the final moment, but it's all over. Out of time as Velvet will take this game as well.
Dang, AJ, it's gonna be all you now.
Oh no. I did not expect 2 games back to back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But this time round, Velvet played it really, really well. Now, I do not understand the 4-1 split where they piled on 4 players into the convenience store and only sent 1 player towards that private backyard. And the problem is that allowed such an easy plant back to back for the team Velvet. And, my suspicions have sometimes been right in competitions like this, especially with Call of Duty Mobile. I pride myself to be able to call, the probabilities of these match well. And I really think XDG LXIX is going in here for a crazy comeback that we have never ever seen in the women's division. MVP once again picked up by NX-Bot, this time with the 973 on the KDA. Sika will pick the MVP up for the side of XDG Beef.
Wow. That was supposed to be XDG's round. I don't know why they allowed Keiki for her to actually go do that. They were 3 people. They could not take down 1 person. All they had to do was 1 person to defuse that bomb, and it was just a little bit too late. Beautiful distraction gameplay there by Keiki nonetheless. Amazing, amazing gameplays here. And also, let's go with the results right now. We can see the firing range. We already know hardpoint. That was supposed to be XDG's round. Let's be real. But Velvet took advantage of that, 150 to 141, and Search and Destroy 6-3. And that's going to be difficult here. It's really hard seeing XDG kind of faltering at a level of competition as what we see here. But hopefully in Domination, it's going to be a completely different story. They need to win Domination, or else they are going to be heading over to that loser bracket finals, and it's going to be difficult to see, Philippines versus Philippines. I'm pretty sure a lot of those people who are watching right now, who are fans of these 2 teams, wanted to see a Philippines versus Philippines showdown, but it's going to be very difficult as Velvet is proving to be such an amazing contender.
Oh yeah, no doubt, right? To go into the grand finals for Gaijin to be able to beat Velvet, that's close to impossible. Even yesterday, we saw Velvet take them on. They got beaten 3-0. Gaijin Invicta could pull nothing off against Velvet. And here's the best part. It was on a best of 5, and Gaijin Invicta won the coin toss on top of that as well. So they had everything, and all of the objectives were in their side. But they still couldn't pull it off. To be able to see them drop into the grand finals today, though, was still a possibility because their performance in the competition has just been that beautiful right now. But putting XDG into the lower brackets does not mean Gaijin will not be able to make it. What if we see the exact same problem with Venice coming through in the second series as well?
Well, it's going to be interesting how they actually pull off over here, as Bravo is going to be taken by XDG LXIX, and we can see here, I think it's going to be a little bit better on their end. They're going to have a difficult time to actually get this one, as Velvet does have the response and really goes for that cleanup. And what XDG needs to do is to go in as a team, and right now, Yaki went in there all alone, which is very surprising, and right now, it's going to be difficult for them to actually do that if they go in one by one. And with 2 of them there, maybe it is very possible to actually get them, but here we go with the denial yet again. Vapey, it's going to be very hard for them to get here. Ah, man, Bravo is gonna be a war zone.
Yeah, it's quite back and forth for the time being, but nothing is out of their hands just yet. This is going to be crossfire, played to the finest by Team Velvet. They went in here for the pick for a reason, right? Let's see if or not they'll be able to close this game off. Like you've pointed out, they did manage to drop this map against another team, but will they be able to show that that was a fluke and that they can take it up against XDG? Because at the moment, it looks like it just might be possible. Bravo and Charlie has been put under lockdown, and XDG cannot make a push into that. 3 players from Velvet, look at them guard that Bravo site. No entry at all for XDG, as Sika this time will leave the game.
Oh no, what is happening right now? I feel like the Philippines has some sort of internet problem connection over here, as I even have that problem, but it's okay. Oh man, it's really hard to see. Now you can already tell that these girls are gonna have a very hard time, and I'm wondering now, with one person off the game, how XCG is going to reply to this one, and Velvet will definitely use this to their advantage, and it's gonna be interesting how XCG really plays this. And I think at this point they're really just down in the dumps. They are probably having like the hardest time that they're having, and I don't know if they can even go restart the game at this point.
Yeah, I highly doubt they'll be able to restart the game because, it wasn't in the first few seconds of the start. And Sika has disconnected, unfortunately, mid-game, which will allow Velvet to pick up that 75 points so easy into the first half. Are we going to be able to see Velvet close this game off and not allow XDG to get even one match? That's most probably the exact way this particular series is going to conclude. But Beef, remember what I said, right? XDG really looks like they are setting up a comeback that we have never ever seen before in the women's division. It might be possible if they can sort their connection issues out.
Consta with that single takedown here, and Bravo, amazing effort here by Consta, and she's gonna take it all for herself. Now all of the girls of XDG need to go here, but they are going to be backing off little by little as the strike, and the Sparrow is gonna be going down, and they are actually not gonna be able to take that, but another player over here gets that, and there you go. This is the response that they need, but there was only going to be one girl there. Oh no, spicy kill by NX Bot AJ.
Yeah, this is a triple cap coming through from Velvet. Of course, the denial immediately set forth because that Alpha will get captured. Are we going to be able to see this battle break down in a way that XDG makes some sort of a miraculous comeback? I highly doubt it, right? But in the meantime, it will just be guns blazing from Team Velvet. They know this is the opportunity to close off. The gravity spikes comes flying in. Unfortunately, nothing will be done by Yaki as that shutdown gameplay continuously befalls them. 103-54 now. Velvet with such a commanding lead. It's a 5-on-4 though in terms of the number of players that go up against each other.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is probably the type of game that Velvet did not want. I know that they know that they will probably win this one, but it's not a satisfying win in any of these games right now. But it is still a win nonetheless, and we can see the points just trickling. Oh, 3 players from XDG LXIX are now down, and there's only going to be Afia and Consta left. And if I were Velvet, I don't know how to even get at this situation. I think what they're gonna do is just to hang back, and if they really need to show that respect, maybe they wouldn't go for that triple cap, because it's all about that sportsmanship at this point of the game. And you know, you're seeing a cluster strike still being down, and I'm not even sure if they know that 3 players from XDG LXIX are already gone.
Yeah, it's just a little peculiar the way the players from XDG left the game, right? I hope they are not exiting on their own accord, because 3 players to get disconnected from this one game is just weird, unless they are all connecting in here from the exact same location and there's just something going around with that connection in that gaming house. Unless, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 2 players can make a miraculous comeback in here. This is a flat-out victory for the Singaporeans. Velvet will take this 150 to 74.
That is so unfortunate, AJ, and I'll come back later when we get to talk about all of those points that all of these girls really got.
I wish I could say more, because unfortunately I just don't, right? We have to wait for production to give us an update if or not there will be a replay of that match, but I highly doubt that is going to be possible because of the nature of, you know, the error that happened in the match. They just got disconnected on their own, and then it just looked like, you know, those players started leaving one after the other. They don't look like they all discussed to leave at the same time, because 2 players still were left in there. But either way, right, let's go into the breakdown, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see exactly what that match brought.
No, Afia and Consta are the only ones left here for XDG, sadly, and the Velvet girls probably aren't having fun either. They're probably expecting that there's going to be more of a fight here, but honestly, at this point, I think I'm thinking that here in the Philippines, there could be some sort of connection issues that's going around, so we'll see what happens, and hopefully everything's going to be good here. And, I mean, from the points here, we know that Velvet dominated, but not in the fashion that they wanted, and for sure, they are an amazing and brilliant team, but XDG is also amazing as well. But with these problems in hand, you cannot, you can't really see this one. And unfortunately, it's happening at, the finals. And hopefully it's going to be better later on. But so far, we are having Velvet heading on over, sitting very comfortably in the finals.
Yeah, there are 2 ways we can take a look at this, right? Number one, Velvet, yeah, they are a great team, but will they be proud to get a victory like this? And, the other side of the coin is a victory is a victory regardless of how it is obtained. And it is the responsibilities of players to ensure that they do have a connection when they step in for a competition like this, because it's technically their full-time jobs, or, a job that they are taking on, right? They have stepped into that realm and they have to be able to give that 100%. In series number 1, XDG was not able to give their 100%. Quite honestly, they were giving it in match number 1 though, Beef.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when we saw that Venice disconnected. Now, that was the moment that we saw everything just snowball downhill. They were supposed to win that first hardpoint game. And then, sadly, in that search and destroy as well, we saw disconnect after disconnect until at the very end, the domination, everything just went down the drain. But we can see here, such amazing rotation by XDG LXIX. They were the clear winners of this one, especially Yaki in that corner in Barracks Hut. And now this is the point where we see the faltering coming along with XDG LXIX. And you can see that rotation was really good, but then having that one player down in that P2, now that was definitely the point where they kind of faltered, and Velvet absolutely took advantage of that. And especially here in Search and Destroy as well, you can see Venice actually just staying there, just standing at some point. And also, I think at some point, Sika was also having like a hard time with her connection. So it was really just Consta really getting those gunfights fights and those early picks that really had them have a couple points. But sadly, that was not enough. And I think that really jarred their mindset into this competition.
Yeah, and the best thing to do at that point would be, instead of just fighting against your connection, which is just absolutely horrible at that point, is just to, well, concede defeat, let this go, because, putting too much of effort into it and fighting against a bad connection is just not going to do anyone any favors, right? But that is a risk that they can only take if they are sure they can sort this problem out within the next few minutes of break, because losing kicks them into the lower bracket, where they will now have to perform against Gaijin Invicta. And if you still have these problems against Gaijin Invicta, you probably have to take some of these matches handicapped. Then again, though, XDG is the kind of team that can take some of these handicap matches.
Yes, exactly. But then one of my concern is, now if this is going to be an internet problem, right? If Gaijin Invicta has the same provider as all of these girls from XDG, now we might see them leave the lobby one by one after all of these games, and that's going to be very unfortunate to see here as Philippines is going down under the drain.
The only thing that can defeat Philippines in the gaming scene is their own internet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Unfortunately, that's how messed up it is. The country is just so full of crazy talent in the esports world, okay? Every single time they step in, they just annihilate. And the first ones they happen to annihilate are us Malaysians. Are we going to be able to see the absolutely dominant nation in the Call of Duty mobile scene today fall because of these technical issues? Will Gaijin Invicta be able to slay XDG because of these same issues? Beef, I'm excited to find out.
Oh, that's going to be interesting to see. Now, I'm going to be your conscience right now, Mustachio. I am nothing but a voice. The Philippines, we're just struggling over here, but it's okay. I can be the voice of these girls, and I will definitely give you a little bit of a break from talking. Don't worry about it, buddy. And I'm very excited to actually see all of this. And now, you know what? Heading on over to all of this, right? I think that hopefully by the end of this matchup, there will be no problems. It's going to be smooth, and we need to have that finals that we deserve. We need to see all of that hard work all of these ladies put through and not really get wasted. And I'm interested to actually see which of these girls really had to go here and really obliterate everyone here. And this is going to be the MVP for today, AJ.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look and see exactly who it is, and none other than hashtag Valkyrie Elmojo in the comment section. She has been nominated so far for the team of Velvet. 15 on the average kill, 13 on the average assist. She falls average on about 11 times on the average score of 2,806. An absolute monster each and every single time she steps into the field. Is she going to be able to continuously be a monster throughout this whole day? Can she take the grand finals in the exact same way that she has taken the first series of the day? We will see if or not Singapore can stand on top of the three nations today with the victory from Velvet.
Now, this is probably one of the scariest teams to actually be here in the Valkyrie series, especially with a player like Elmo J and NX Bot. Now, these girls are absolutely crazy in the battlefield, and sadly, the only team that could actually have even a chance to beat them is XDG LXIX, and they were completely swept off their feet. But then I'm excited to see how they are going to respond, knowing that they have that sweep and knowing how they actually that disadvantage. But, hopefully they're going to be able to do so. And now, AJ, having to get this one, how do you think Velvet is going to respond to knowing that their team is probably very likely to win this series?
They will do all they can to make sure that happens. Velvet is in here to win it, right? None of these three teams, none of them want to come in here and give their best and at the end of the day not be able to reach the top and bag that grand prize as well. They want to do it for their brand as well. Velvet just needs to make sure they capitalize on all of the beautiful advantage the world of internet is giving them and enjoy all the way through to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. Let's hope XDG will be able to sort their technical issues out, because when we come back, Gaijin Invicta will be meeting XDG. XDG.
Think you can take this? Thought you'd be more intimidating.
Bestie, sabi mo hangout tayo. Puro ka naman games eh.
Sabi ko naman kasi sa'yo, subukan mo to. Mag-i-enjoy ka, promise.
Hindi nga kasi ako gamer eh. Pero sige na nga. Ngayon lang to ah. Wow! Anong gagawin natin dito?
Magkakampi tayo, tapos kalaban natin silang lahat. Kailangan sa huli, tayo lang matira, kaya dapat alert ka.
Lahat sila papatayin? Lahat?
Ganun na nga.
Oh, hello!
Enjoy lang tayo, ha?
Time for the mission. Get ready.
Anong gagawin ko ngayon?
Sundin mo ako, kailangan na natin kumuha ng baril.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. First blood.
Uy! Ayos to ah! I'm hit!
May sniper! Teka, i-heal kita!
Thanks, Bestie.
Using adrenaline shot now.
Stay alert. Go, go, go! Nice! Subukan mo naman makatakas sa susunod! Konti na lang! Watch your six!
Only 2 teams left. Getting close to victory.
Sa likod mo!
We have a winner.
See? Sabi kasi maganda, di ba?
Tara, isa pa!
Tara, tara! Start mo, start!
Sige.
You fools. Just look around you. They are everywhere. They operate from the shadows, right under your noses. You have absolutely no idea what you're up against.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the grand finals of the Valkyrie series. This is playoffs day 2. 3 teams still remain standing. 1 team standing, but unfortunately they are lagging whilst they are standing. XDG LXIX has been defeated by Velvet as well as their own internet connection. And unfortunately, the internet connection defeat is something that you can't really come back from. Now, I truly hope for the sake of XDG that they'll be able to make a comeback in here because they now have to face Gaijin Invicta. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and we also have the invisible Beef Mommy with us.
Oh, I am your conscience, everybody. You can hear me, but you can't really see me. But you know what? That is one thing that's really interesting that what you said a while ago is that the Philippines is a really, really, a talented country for esports. But the only thing that can beat us is our internet connection. And, here we go. If you're listening to everyone who's having troubles of that, you're not feeling these girls. These girls have been working so hard here for the past few weeks to get to this point. And yet to have this kind of problem is very unfortunate. And you can see over here in the upper bracket final, Velvet will take that sweep, heading over to that grand final seat. And XDG LXIX will be meeting Gaijin Invicta here at the lower bracket final. Now, all of these girls are going to be battling out to have another seat here in the winner lower final and going to be able to see Velvet. Now, having that in mind, I think these girls from XDG will definitely have a hard time into having this game against Gaijin Invicta unless Gaijin is also having problems with their internet.
That will be the most unfortunate series of all. Both of them going in head to head, and unfortunately before they take a shot, the other one doesn't die, they just disconnect. Are we going to be able to see exactly whose internet connection is better in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Because the better internet connection for XDG LXIX as well as Gaijin Invicta may just decide the winner, but that's something that we don't want. And I don't know what the girls from XDG are going to be doing, but I hope they have already found the solution for their problem.
Yeah, hopefully they just use their, mobile connection, their mobile internet, and hopefully everything is going to be fine because they are going to be up against Gaijin Invicta. So hopefully that server difference won't be that big. And then having that loss over Velvet really might set up that fire in XDG, or will it be something that'll make them falter? But here we go. Speaking of XDG LXIX, we have the amazing girls, Afia, Afro, Venice, Consta, Sika, and Yaki to represent this really amazing group, and they've been proving to be such an amazing team in the whole tournament. Actually, it's only in this moment where we've seen them a little bit falter, and it's not their fault, but hopefully they get to solve their problems and really, really smash this competition, AJ.
I'm damn sure more than XDG, it's Velvet that is pissed off. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because the first win that they get over XDG, and to have that taken away from them and to be, to get that credit given to bad internet connection, yeah, Velvet's not going to be too happy about that at all. Let's bring up the lineup of Gaijin Invicta here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Devi, Rosie, Mia, Tokyo, as well as Ellen. Gaijin Invicta, are they going to get taken down by internet connection problems or the ladies from XDG? Because if they have got the better you know what? You know who should be sponsoring Call of Duty Mobile from the Philippines? Great internet service providers.
That is damn sure, AJ. And also, it's really hard that all the girls from, we're not really sure if they're going to be in the boot camp or whatever. So Gaijin Invicta, they have that edge knowing that, okay, if they have a different service provider, then they will definitely win this one unless XDG really finds like that miracle and really gets to shine in this one. But then here we go. Let's take a look at the MVP for both of these teams. We have XDG LXIX Afia with that 12 kills. And unfortunately, it's really that low because of what they had a while ago. And then right now, Gaijin Mia has that 18 kills with an average assist of 7. And Afia has an average assist of 6. But looking at all of these scores right now, you can see that Gaijin Mia has an edge over Afia. But it's just because they weren't doing like well a while ago.
Well, let's see if or not these numbers will paint the picture for our series. Let's take a quick look at the bans and picks. The first thing to note of is who wins the coin toss, and it is gonna be XDG LXIX. If the internet connection is not gonna be on their side, at least luck will be for a little bit. They will win the coin toss, allowing them to pick 3 out of these 5. Max, Hardpoint, Domination, as well as Search and Destroy. Raid Crash will be banned out. XDG says for game number 1, let's drop into a little place called Firing Range, which they just love so much.
Oh, we already know that XDG really loves firing range, so it's very smart for them to play this one, especially knowing how well they played a while ago. And that was supposed to be their match. They were supposed to win that one, but unfortunately stuff happened. And right now they're going to be taking it back, that vengeance that they wanted from that hardpoint match, and heading over to Search and Destroy. Crossfire and Tunisia are going to be banned. And knowing how well, Tunisia is going to be played, it's going to be firing range yet again. What a smart choice for Gaijin and Invicta to cross out Tunisia, because we don't want to see that again. If you see XDG in Tunisia, you best go run away.
Yeah, I think these two teams, they're just going to stick with firing range throughout the whole 5 series in here. Let's see. Domination, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If one of them might just ban out firing range, they don't. XDG should be able to drag us back in here. It could also be Summit. Let's see exactly where they want to bring us into. And it will be Raid, where we play Domination Beef.
Yep, exactly. And we can already know that Gaijin Invicta also does well in raid domination as well. Gaijin Invicta really shines in respawn game mode, so it's going to be difficult for them to actually, get into it, especially knowing how XDG faltered a while ago, and having that mindset of losing all of those games due to the poor connection can really hurt someone's psychology. And this is where composure comes into play. Now knowing that you have that disadvantage, we're going to be seeing how good XDG really is as a team if they're able to pull through at least one game into this series. And Gaijin Invicta will definitely take advantage of that.
Okay, now let's see map number 4 and 5. We still have Hardpoint as well as Search and Destroy if it goes that far. Nuketown will be picked by Gaijin Invicta just to make things a little bit more interesting. And XDG for the final game will bring us into a map, most probably firing. No, it will be Crash for the Search and Destroy. Now, high probability we will not be dropping into match number 5 here. Best case scenario into match number 4. Map number 4, firing range. First 2 maps in here. Which one do you think Gaijin Invicta will be able to exert more pressure onto XDG here, Beef?
Most definitely, I think it's going to be raid domination. Summit and Crash will be banned. So knowing that all of that is going to be banned and they're going to be playing in raid, and they've been having such an amazing time in raid so far, especially when they have that. Whoever's going to be against Gaijin Invicta in raid is going to have a really, really hard time. And even though that it was picked by that team, it's going to be interesting how they actually play here. And we can see here, it's not going to be Velvet. No, that's not Velvet. Okay, guys, that's not Velvet. It's actually going to be Gaijin Invicta against XDG LXIX.
Okay, now XDG in blue and it'll be Gaijin in red. That is just a mental note to myself because I keep confusing it these past couple of days. I have no idea why. I'm not turning colorblind. I'm just probably turning slightly stupider than I am. 37 in here, hardpoint contested, and it will be Gaijin Invicta in here to pick those points up. Ellen will be challenged and the swap around will drop right through. Devi cannot do anything and XDG will continue to pick those points up for themselves. Tokyo just climbing up into a power position, seeing if or not the second floor of auto repair will be able to pull the point back for her. She was correct, but that was an amazing response from the side of XDG.
Yep, exactly. And right now, such an amazing push here by Gaijin Invicta. They did so well in that P1, and that rotation off of P2 is going to be absolutely amazing. And Gaijin doing such a good job with everything from gunfights to rotations. And they're winning all of this. And it's going to be important how all of these girls from XDG get to really comply. They shouldn't comply at all. They need to go in there for the kill and really have those, dominating rounds that they've been having so far. And right now, they finally have that hard point, and they are going to be positioning themselves as slayers. And one person is going to be staying here as that OBJ, but Consta is going to be for that defense.
Okay, Consta picking up the slack for her team, and it is gonna be XDG pushing on with the points. 39 to 36, not much in between the two. Gaijin Mia dropping in with the shots. QQ9 to the back will be able to stand for a couple of seconds before XDG. Yaki will be able to just slay her where she stands. Debbie dropping in, Man of War turns to the left and manages to get the hard point away, but Afia with the backstab will ensure that XDG continue raking these points up. This time, there is a difference in the way XDG plays these games. They are not giving away any scrap points at all. And the next battle will be at hardpoint number 3, the White Warehouse. Tokyo drops in with the amazing shot, but unfortunately will get shut down by Yaki as well, as XDG will continue to ravage these points at the White Warehouse.
Trailer defense is key over here, and looking at all of the operator skills that they have, you can see that Gaijin has a little bit more of like that one defender that they have. Ellen is going to be important for this hard point if she does bring out that shield. Now getting all of these points over here, they were having like a hard time to actually defend here, and XDG doing such a good job at the attack, going in for the kill and really getting in there really aggressively, which is what they're really known for. But then just like that, Gaijin Invicta does get this one, as we see Devi here with the Sparrow absolutely doing such a good job getting rid of everyone coming in there. And right now XDG needs to go into that next hard point, which is going to be in Barracks, and really try to go in there. But you can see on the map, everyone from XDG is spawning at the other side, and they're gonna have a difficult time to be able to actually get in there.
Okay, now let's see exactly how we will go on to see XDG pull this off. Barracks hardpoint number 4, picked up by Gaijin Invicta. Yaki drops in for the quick contest, not allowing the side of Gaijin to pick those points up. This is what you call perfection from the side of Gaijin. Rosie drops in with the Sparrow, manages the takedown, and they will get those points. Just for the time being though, they need to equalize, and not only that, they need to hold on to the hard point and then drop in for the retake for Branch Road as well, because earlier they weren't really doing well at hardpoint number 1.
Yeah, exactly. They weren't doing so well. I feel like it's because they were coming off against a loose streak, but then now they finally have their rhythm and they're doing so well. 91 to 80, that is not a large margin that you should be comfortable with, but at the same time, you can see so much of these girls are doing such a good job, and this hardpoint is going to keep getting contested, and they need to make that rotation off of that first hardpoint yet again, which Gaijin and Invicta will have that advantage of taking, and they need to let that go. XG needs to let go of that hardpoint and really just go and rotate, get those power positions going, but then we can see Mia is going to be very difficult in that specific hardpoint with her Sparrow.
Yeah, boy, we need to step this up. Mia dropping in here. QQ9, 3 players into the White Warehouse, which means they want to fight for Branch Road. 3 players in White Warehouse, probably 2 will drop in for the objectives, but 2 cluster strikes being dropped into the Branch Road as well to prevent either side for picking up those points. They don't want to allow their opposition to take Branch Road, and neither do they want to step in. Gaijin and Invicta choosing to be the aggressors, but Consta will be able to shut them down. Sika drops in with the War Machine, just shutting down those players from Gaijin Invicta each and every single time they step into the hard point for those points. And they will be going on to the command center in a bit as well, but Debbie will be able to put a full stop in Sika's War Machine gameplay. This is that comeback from Gaijin Invicta, 104 to 105. The points have stopped, and we now need to go into hard point number 6 of this particular match, the hard point number 2 of the game, command center. Let's see if or not Gaijin can continue impressing as Mia brings the VTOL into the game.
Oh, amazing pusher, but sadly wasn't able to actually get that. But then Ellen does have that X1 Goliath right over here, and it's going to spell trouble unless they actually get rid of him. But then she is low, and that was the push that they were supposed to get. And now it's looking very dire as Venice has that X1 Goliath as well, and they are spawning all the way at the very back, and this is a done deal. XDG is most definitely going to win this one, and all they need to do is just be keeping on that hill. But the cluster strike is down. This is what they did need.
They got the cluster strike. They also got the Predator missile straight on the head of the XS1 Goliath. Gaijin Invicta picking up the points, but unfortunately Tokyo will get shut down. Consta getting those kills for XDG LXIX, and this is that final run. 10 more points in here, but the timer will actually run out. Will they go ahead and close this game off, or do they need another hard point? Yes, they will, and it will be the final fight at White Warehouse. Will Gaijin Invicta be able to pull this off? The answer is no, as XDG takes a well-fought first game in their second series.
Now, this is a team that had trouble connecting in that last game, showing everyone here it does not matter. We don't care. We are going to win this one. And this is what I'm talking about, AJ. This is the composure that this team is giving us, and it is amazing. You can tell how professional they are, how good they are, and knowing that they have that disadvantage, it doesn't matter to them. And it's going to be interesting how we actually see all of these in the breakdown. So let's take a look at what is going to happen here.
I'm just glad that nobody got disconnected. That only means they fixed the problem that they have. And this just might be the rise from the ashes. This is the greatest comeback setup by XDG LXIX. Yaki, this time picking up that MVP. 23-13-13 on the KDA. Opposite from her Gaijin Mia on the MVP as well. 25-22-11. Not too shabby at all, but the better side, obviously, XDG LXIX. That final play onto the command center. Number one, preventing branch road point pickup and then dropping in a formidable defense at command center. That was the clinch and the victory. But I did not expect the aggression that we saw from Gaijin Invicta, though, B.
Yep, exactly. That aggression that they showed in this tournament has been so amazing. In the beginning, they kind of had a hard time with that, but this is how you know that they gained that confidence into going into this matchup, especially going against XDG LXIX. But then again, we are heading over to Search and Destroy, and they need to sit back just a little bit, think about all of the plans and the plays that they've been really studying so far, as it is going to be in firing range yet again. But then they already know how good XDG can be here in this particular map. And it's Gaijin Invicta's pick, though. But it's going to be interesting how you actually say that, because firing range, it's going to be difficult for both of these teams to navigate. I think it's going to be a closer matchup here.
Yeah, so Search and Destroy, we want to be able to see exactly who makes those quick pushes in, but we've also seen exactly how XDG stages a defense. A 2-1-2, they always fall back, and firing range will be locked down quite easily. Will we be seeing them allowing the players from Gaijin Invicta with a quick invade into that A side and then retake from the shower room? Or will we be seeing the side of Gaijin Invicta give all of those attacking rounds to XDG for a comeback later on? Let's see. Rosie once again positioning herself at the command center, spotting a couple of players running across and then repositioning herself towards the end of the command center to spot out all of those accessing shooting range. This is what makes her one of the most lethal snipers at the Valkyrie Series B.
Now, Rosie, with that information, seeing all of that smoke grenades going off here and popping off in A now, she should give that information to her team that we should head over and rotate over here to Alpha. And now the bomb is going to be going down, and Consta with that sniper is proving to be lethal as well. We already know how good Consta is with the snipes, and also with Venice as well. That double sniper is going to be amazing. Afia with that amazing opening frag here, really setting the tone for this round.
Okay, now XDG dropping right back in. Afia with that takedown will be able to give her side a little bit off. A beautiful advantage as Rosie goes in for that snipe. One more opportunity and she will not be able to take it because Ellen steals it away. Gaijin Invicta for victory number 1.
Wow, Rosie took that and turned everything around. That was supposed to be XDG's call. That was supposed to be their match, as we see Afia with those early picks. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough as Rosie absolutely popped off, having those 2 kills, AJ. And right now, the formation is going to be interesting. If it is a 2-1-2 situation here, one person is going to be here in tower. Now, that is a really, really good positioning, I can really say here by Gaijin. And right now, Rosie gets to have the back end of the bullet.
Ooh, Consta this time responding. That was a sniper on sniper action. Consta slightly better on those quick reactions. XDG LXIX, one lady advantage in here. Tokyo KRM, 1 shot, 1 kill. Sika right outside, but she is hiding right behind the console where you plant the bomb, which is impregnable. A quick grenade dropping through. Debbie with a double kill with the chopper. XDG, 2 ladies down. Ellen will get shut out by Consta. Debbie will drop right back. This is the chopper gameplay, but Sika from so far away. Man of war in the hands of a woman, just too deadly as XDG will pull 1 point back.
Man, that was a very unfortunate thing to happen for Gaijin, because they at some point you thought they were actually going to win that round, but brilliance in the form of a ladies team, XDG, definitely responded so well, especially having Rosie down so early in the round and Consta being such a force to be reckoned with. Now, it's going to be important for Rosie to really have these shots and not miss any single one of them, but Venice does get that pick off of Tokyo, and it's going to be difficult for Gaijin to keep pushing through, knowing that a shotgunner is going to be down.
Wow. I love this, man. XDG LXIX. They already have studied Rosie. They have studied Gaijin Invicta. They have studied exactly how Gaijin Invicta has been taking firing range. They picked firing range not because they are amazing at it. They picked firing range because they know Gaijin loves firing range. They picked firing range because they know they have already read all of Gaijin's gameplay. The first fact of the matter is, when the game opens, instead of running through Guerrilla base and accessing shooting range, they use that shower room. And that gives them so much of an opening, not allowing Rosie to take those first few frags. And Rosie is the damage dealer as far as Gaijin Invicta is concerned. If XDG can keep this up, they might just be able to steamroll over Gaijin here, Beef.
Yep, exactly. And right now we are seeing a rotation, a full-on rotation here in Bravo, which proves to be a little bit difficult for them, as Mia does throw that thermite, knows that everyone's going to be there, and the information does come in, and we can see here, one girl, Tokyo, is going to be coming in from the flank, coming in from that, and Mia does get that opening frag.
Unfortunately, she doesn't get the follow-up. Consta will shut it down with a beautiful snipe. Devi drops it, man of war. And this time it's going to be Gaijin Invicta bringing in all of the pressure. Ellen, unfortunately, gets Consta, but will get shut down immediately. Tokyo, back-to-back takedown. And Gaijin Invicta, this is the rampage that we were looking for.
Yep, exactly. Tokyo was definitely the playmaker in that match, having to circulate all the way at the back, coming in from B-long, really going for that backstab, really was the end of XDG. And now they are doing the same thing, trying to be aggressive over here in Bravo. I'm not quite sure if this is the right thing to do, but they do get that.
Afia gets the slide on Mia and the takedown. QQ9. Yaki gets it as well, but immediately shut down by Rosie's snipe. It's gonna be a 4-on-3. Gaijin Invicta, they are on the losing end. Rosie should be able to get a kill here if she is patient enough, but if she's not too careful, the side of Gaijin can lose this. Now, this is the problem with the bomb on Sika. All 4 players at Bravo. They will be able to get the plant on warehouse number 4. Debbie gets the kill, but unfortunately not able to capitalize with the 2Ps and will get shut down by Sika. Tokyo with an opportunity, no KRM, but she still gets the kill and then recovers, but not enough time, and she will get shut down by Sika. Rosie with the 2-on-1 opportunity. This is the sniper in her hands, the golden snipe bot Rosie. What can she do, B?
Well, the only thing she can do is to get another gun, and hopefully she does find that, but then all she has is a sniper and that little karambit, and it's going to be very dire. She needs to go pick up that gun, and yes, she does. The Man of War is the perfect gun to actually get that. She needs to go for a fake defuse, which she doesn't really do. She goes in for the kill, but then it's going to be difficult for her to do so, AJ. She almost had it in the bag. She should have had that fake defusal, even though they know it's going to be coming from that. It's going to be difficult for her to actually go and really have that, but unfortunately, she didn't go for that fake defusal, and they were just positioned there really, really well.
Okay, now let's see exactly what we will be able to find from Gaijin Invicta. Yes, they take the attacking round. Consta with that beautiful jump shot, but unable to capitalize. And now her position has been invaded. XDG needs to fall back. Gaijin Invicta will push up as Ellen gets a takedown. Sika will be able to trade her out immediately, but Rosie right back in there. This is just back and forth from the two sides, and it ends up in a 3-on-3. Consta with the snipe on the slide, but she doesn't get the takedown with the quick scope. Yaki with the opportunity turns around. Devi this time a little too fast with the Man of War. Are we going to be able to see Devi get the clutch? She does get the second kill as well, this time on Constar, leaving just Venice in here. Gaijin Invicta with the bomb. Devi hasn't planted yet, but Venice should be able to catch a quick scope, but doesn't, and this might just be over for the side of XDG.
What a beautiful response by Gaijin Invicta, not really going and rushing to plant the bomb, needing to know where Consta was with that one, and it's going to be interesting how they actually do this with the bomb. I think they're maybe going for an A push here, because, well, nope, they're going for that Bravo. Maybe that can be a little bit costly because they know that Bravo worked for them, and having that knowledge may be a little bit dire. Maybe that's the same mistake that they might actually get. And here we go, Consta with a kill
from Consta with a jump shot as well, Beef. Absolute perfection for XDG as they take an amazing round against Gaijin Invicta.
That is what I'm saying. Now that is the predictability, if that is even a word, that I was talking about. They were too predictable. They knew that Gaijin was going to go for that push off of Bravo, and now knowing that they didn't really win in Bravo, they're going to go push for A, and that is the mistake that Gaijin really made. They were lucky that that Bravo push was really good, and Consta really missed all of those sniper shots that first time. But again, I told you, I keep telling everyone, if you give Consta another shot after she misses that first time, now that is your mistake already, and that's what happened. That double collat jump shot, sheesh, that was absolutely amazing, AJ.
Okay, Rosie trying to position herself to take the shooting range for her team. Two players will be in front of her. Rosie with the approach right now. She needs to be a little careful because just the way she was spotting through the cracks of the boards, the same is being done by Venice on the other side. But XDG will now pull away, which gives Rosie the advantage of this position. Rosie has already managed to invade the side of shooting range, which has opened up the possibility of a plant for Gaijin Invicta. Let's see if or not they will drop in real quick. Yaki just on the horizon, waiting for a move from Gaijin to strike. Mia takes down Sika to open up this round, Beef.
Hey, that was a very interesting push here by XDG, going through mid and really going through that barracks hut, but I'm not quite sure if it was like a smart move as we see here. It was traded though by Venice, but it's going to be difficult for them to actually go here as Mia is going to, I don't know if they communicated well that Mia is still in barracks hut, and what Mia should do right now is to kind of back off because they know that she is going to be there, but being against the sniper, sheesh, AJ, it is a tiebreaker situation.
Yeah, in that round, awesome shot by Maya. I did not expect Mia to be able to take this match against XDG in such a fashion. Gaijin Invicta pulling off all stops in here, and they're doing it well. Consta positioning herself for a double kill once again. Trophy system with that shot, but nobody home this time round, and she'll back away. She has not lost her position this time round. Tokyo with the quick invade after the smoke, which will allow her a lot of space into XDG's home, but she does not capitalize. Tokyo, one more opportunity, but she gets spotted out by Yaki. Yaki traded out by Ellen, and this is the back and forth that we are talking about, which is so good between XDG as well as Gaijin Invicta. And Sika will be lost as well. Gaijin with the advantage. They have the bomb. They need to plant at warehouse number 4. Let's go, B.
Ooh, Devi with that amazing two-piece. Now that one played really well for her. Consta with the hit marker! Oh, wow. Now you are very lucky to not have died with that snipe, AJ. And with this pinch push, I'm not quite sure if this is going to work out for them. I think what Consta and Venice need to do is to stick together, and maybe it is looking good for them right now. But they really need to go for that play. But Venice, I think it's working for them.
Oh, absolutely. Rosie Devi taken down. It is just one player left in here. Mia, what can she do? QQ9 action, 13 seconds more. She just needs to play for time. But here comes the bat. And she gets taken down by a pistol. 2-on-1 numbers game. And XDG will get point number 5.
Now that's the thing. Mia could have just played for time, yet she pushed in aggressively. She still had a lot of cover to play with. She could have just played for time and really just had that pressure, really put that pressure on XDG. And Consta and Venice already know that Mia is probably going to do that, but she didn't. She went in for the kill, knowing that she has at a disadvantage, but hopefully they don't really commit the same mistake. But here we go, a misread by LXIX. None other than Gaijin Invicta goes for that plant off of Bravo. I think they're going to be able to get that plant, and having this information that Bravo is going to be, occupied, they need to go for that rotation.
Okay, now let's see exactly how does XDG take this back away from them. It's a 5-on-5 situation. Bomb has been planted. 40 seconds on the clock right now. Rosie with the power position should be able to take that one shot, but moves her cursor right at the very last minute. Devi as well making that mistake. Sika on the shutdown. Now with the smoke and the quick invade, but it will be Rosie and Tokyo back-to-back getting a couple of kills for themselves. A 3-on-3 situation this boils down to, as Mia will bring it to the side of Gaijin Invicta. And we may just see this go to round number 11 as Gaijin Invicta pulls it back and 5-5. But the problem is XDG with the advantage of the bomb in round 11.
Now that was absolutely beautiful, and that misread was very dire for XDG LXIX. They thought that, okay, since Bravo doesn't work out for them, Venice with that opener. Oh no, AJ, this is gonna be really hard for Gaijin to do.
Yeah, Rosie's just way too predictable in this game. Are we going to be able to see her change up the ways she take her defensive positions? Well, if she doesn't, she's just going to get taken down by the likes of XDG again and again. This is a 5-5, 35 seconds on the clock this time round. It is Gaijin Invicta who needs to take the spot back, but the problem is they are one woman down. Ellen with the opportunity, but shut down by Yaki. Sika will go on to kill Devi off as well, and Yaki takes Tokyo out of the equation. Gaijin Mia out as well, as XDG will take game number 2.
Well, now that was as close. That was as close as I thought it would be. I already knew Gaijin was going to be so good here in Firing Rage, Curse, and Destroy, but they really need to step it up, because at this point, this is do or die for them already, AJ. If they lose domination, they are out.
Absolutely, man. And are we going to be able to see the side of XDG take domination as well? If anything, they've been the most dominant team in the competition. Like I said, and like we have seen, internet connections can do them in. So will that be a savior, or will that just do in Gaijin Invicta in the next match? But what a well-fought game from the side of Gaijin. Devi, a well-deserved MVP, I'll say, B. She has, so many highlight points in there for herself with a 10-9-2 KDA. But on the side of XDG LXIX, it is Sika who once again steps up, picking the MVP up for her team. 10-6-3 on the KDA.
Well, seeing all of these points, you can already tell that XDG really had all of those gunfights down. We have Yaki with 10 kills and Sika with 10 and Consta with 9. And you can see here only Devi really, really shined for her team, and maybe even Tokyo at some points. But here we go. It is a very close matchup here, guys. 150 to 111 for Hardpoint and Search and Destroy 6 and 5. Now that is too comfortable for XDG, and they need to really step it up and absolutely dominate, actually. And, comparing the last game that we had here against Velvet, they really want that revenge. They really want to see Velvet up in there in that finals. And Gaijin Invicta really needs to step it up as well, because if they lose domination, it means they are out of the tournament and they are finally going to be placed in 3rd place. But I'm pretty sure these girls don't really want that title.
Yeah, domination at raid is not easy at all because of how big the map is and how long it takes for you to rotate from Charlie all the way down into Alpha. And the problem of going between Charlie and Alpha when you drop by Bravo as well. So many intersections, so many corners to peek and check before you can get over to the other side. You will find multiple campers who will be playing these power positions. What are these power positions? We've got the laundry room if you already have your Alpha side and you want to go and take down Bravo. But if you've already got Charlie and you want to take Bravo, you've got the gallery and the second floor of it to make use as well. Central Garden will be a point where it will not be contest at all, but it definitely needs to be kept an eye on. Why? Because the power point, the Bravo point, is in, dead center between Square Center as well as the Central Garden. Raid is not an easy map to pay domination at if you do not have amazing teamwork, Beef.
Exactly, you are definitely right. And with Laundry, you need to get that one if you want to go for that heavy defense off of Bravo and also seeing anyone who wants to infiltrate here in Alpha. And again, it's going to be important for all of these girls to get in those positions and really get those power positions. And seeing all of this, it's going to be a really quick rotation here in Bravo. And we can see here all of the girls from XDG LXIX already going in for that Bravo infiltration.
Okay, now let's see if or not XDG will be able to pick this up. All of the players from XDG flushed out, which means they should be able to pick Bravo up. Gaijin Invicta with such an early triple cap. And this was something XDG did not expect. But at the same time, XDG should be able to cap Charlie as well as Alpha. And that's what happens, Gaijin, when you put all of your eggs into one basket.
Yep, exactly. And for that miscommunication that we had here, I feel like Tokyo should have just said, okay, let's head on over to Charlie. There was only one person there, and yet all of the girls from Alpha are actually XDG LXIX. But then again, Tokyo with that solo takedown here in Alpha, AJ, this is very important for them to do. Now, that was a really good distraction gameplay, and you see here, they still have 2 points, and we can already see how Gaijin, how well they really play here in Raid.
Okay, Ellen, QQ9, look at the position she has taken up, man. How did she even get up there? And she will be able to just shut down all of the players from XDG because nobody is looking up. That is the problem. When you are the biggest bird in the sky, when you are the biggest predator in the sky, you don't look up. And that's the mistake being made by XDG, allowing Gaijin Invicta to hold on to that Bravo point. Yaki trying to make the difference as she will go in for that prowl. So far, Alpha as well as Bravo locked down by Gaijin Invicta for this fight. Are they going to be able to survive? Because here comes XDG, biting, clawing, scratching, and they might be able to reverse that triple cap that Gaijin got so early on in the game.
Oh, wow, what a beautiful takedown here, and with the response of XDG LXIX. But we do see here a Charlie takedown by just one person, and Rosie is going to be able to actually get that. The defense is too strong here by Gaijin Invicta, and XDG always have to play catch up with this one. They're doing such a good job, but then again, I think Bravo is going to be occupied yet again. As we can see here, Venice is going to be able to actually get that. This is what we're saying here. Do not overpush, and they were able to actually do that, and especially winning all of those gunfights. You do not leave an open door like that for XDG or else they will come busting in. But then just like that, Gaijin Invicta actually with the response doing amazing defense as well, really catching up to them.
Okay, Ellen, QQ9 on the approach in here. Will Gaijin be able to hold on to their lead? That Bravo touch is coming in from XDG. Zika will drop in with a chopper as well. A two-lady takedown. Will she be able to hold it? She does. But at the very last moment, Devi will slay her. And that Bravo pickup for Gaijin Invicta. They will be able to clear those markers off, but losing Charlie is not part of the plan. Immediately reversing out Alpha and the prevention from Sika. War freaking machine. But Gaijin Invicta will be the first ones to reach that halfway point mark.
Yes, sir. And you know what? The second round is where it's going to be crazy. All the cluster strikes are going to be going down. The XS1 Goliaths. Everything is going to be pushed down, especially from Gaijin Invicta, knowing how well, if they lose this one, they will lose the series end the tournament. And Devi being such an amazing defense here, but they weren't able to actually get that one. They really need to go for that push here in Alpha, like what they did a while ago, because that really worked out for them, AJ.
Okay, now Gaijin and Invicta, they have already gotten our first half. To be able to pull the exact same off isn't gonna be too impossible. Here Tokyo goes on a solo Bravo push, unfortunately unable to cap it. Why? Because of that laundry room takeover. Now if you don't go in for the pickup, Bravo on the whole is going to be quite difficult. Devi with the beautiful takedown on Consta with the FHJ should be able to set up her trophy system and then make the approach for the capture as well. Doesn't get it. And the shutdown will come through. Gaijin Invicta, no matter what they try, XDG a small little step ahead, Beef.
Yep, exactly. I hope they really go for that Charlie push and also that Alpha push right now. They need to go for that distraction gameplay, but then just like that, I think they're still really focusing their efforts here in Bravo. What they need to do is really get a hold of the power positions, and they're really having a hard time for that, and only one person is only actually able to get all of that, which is going to be Devi and Mia. Mia with that beautiful kills over here, AJ.
Yeah, she swapped over. There was, I believe, a chopper in her hand and then quickly switched over to the QQ9 to be able to take down those two players. Now a double cluster strike from XDG and a single one from Gaijin Invicta. And that will be enough to prevent the pickup for the team of XDG. Are we going to be able to see them go in for this Bravo or Charlie play? So far, it has been such a convincing run from Gaijin, but the comeback gameplay is not too impossible. XDG is just trailing by about 30 points in here, B.
Yep, exactly, and 30 points is still pretty easy to get, especially if you're gonna want to get that triple cap here. And we see here, also Mia gets the prevention here, AJ. Really prevents them from getting that XS1 Goliath, but eventually they do.
Yep, eventually they do indeed, Charlie. But then Mia brings right in a VTOL into the game. Is it going to be enough for the shutdown? FHJ coming through. She manages to get one bullet out of the way, but the second FHJ takes her out. And unfortunately, it will now be a fiesta to Rampage with the XS1. But Rosie puts a stop to that XS1 Goliath. 130 to 98 in here right now. This is the final push coming in from Gaijin Invicta. Tokyo on the prowl, not even going in for the defense on Bravo. She just wants to hunt, gets the slicer, the katana, and will be on the prowl as well right after. 139 to 103. If XPG doesn't get a triple cap now, they are done and dusted as far as this game is concerned.
Yep, there is no comeback here from XDG LXIX. They will have most definitely a difficult time to do that. 146 and 107. All they need to do is actually just go for that defense, and Devi will be there. And I feel like for this round, Gaijin Invicta absolutely dominated, and XDG LXIX couldn't even get close.
150 to 108, and there were no mistakes being made. All of these were amazing captures by both of the teams. We spoke about those power positions. We spoke about the gallery. We spoke about the laundry room. And both sides were played amazingly on both of those rotations from the team, right? XDG just so close to wrapping things up. By Gaijin Invicta, they have this never die, never say die attitude. And that's the right one to have. Can they make a fight back in here, Beef?
It's very possible for them to actually get that fight, but knowing how Gaijin is doing so well here, and we already know that Raid really is their map, they really perform very well here. And especially with a team like XDG beating a team like that, knowing that it was supposed to be match point, game point, now that is such an important thing to have, that confidence. Sika with 21 kills, Gaijin Mio with 21 as well. We can already tell all of these girls actually were the ingredients for that win. Everyone did such an amazing job here, especially with Tokyo always on that backstab, really trying to be a nuisance for XDG.
Yeah, Mia, with such an amazing play, even with the XS1 Goliath, the delay, and those are the kinds of plays that have given the side of Gaijin the victory in here. But, at the end of the day, it's the consistency that we look for. It's the consistency that we constantly, stress on, because XDG has been able to show us consistency. XDG has been able to show us that yes, teams have managed to take away one match from them, but never ever the series. One team has been able to do that, and that has been done today. But even that was because of a internet disconnection issue. Are we going to be able to see Gaijin punish XDG in Nuketown, or is this just going to be game over at map 4?
Now, you were asking me a while ago what my favorite point of this matchup was, and I said raid because I knew that was going to be a turning point. I knew XDG was going to be absolutely amazing in firing range, and raid was definitely there to really mix everything up. And now we're seeing each other here in Nuketown, and I think this is going to be a little bit hard for Gaijin and Invicta, knowing how well XDG really does well in hardpoint and being really aggressive in all of those plays. So I think now this is going to be difficult. If Gaijin and Invicta wins Nuketown, they will win Crash, but it's going to be difficult for them to actually do so. If they really get to win this one, they will definitely win it all and see Velvet there in the finals.
Okay, so let's see if or not Gaijin Invicta will be able to break through all odds and take this game at hardpoint. Right now, here's what I fear. Nuketown is the kind of map where things are just so fast-paced, but at the same time, it is a Gaijin Invicta pick. In a fast-paced match, in the way XDG has been able to perform so far, in the way Afia, Afro, Venice, Consta, Sika, as well as Yaki have been able to bring the domination at these hardpoint, at these, respawn type matches in here so far, I don't really see Gaijin taking away the W at Nuketown B.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think it's going to be miraculous if they actually win Nuketown. I think the only point where they actually get to win it is the fact that Consta and Venice won't be having that sniper down. Maybe that's why they chose it. They knew that if there's going to be like a long-range map, maybe they'll have that disadvantage. But Nuketown, you do have Afia being there all over the place, but you also have a girl like Tokyo and Mia having that response well in Nuketown. Now, I'm going to be interested to see. Really, I'm really going to be playing this. Hopefully, if Gaijin and Invicta wins Nuketown, there really is a really big chance for them to win Crash. And going into that mindset, knowing that they won Raid, it's going to be interesting how they actually get to win this one, knowing that Nuketown, you won't have that much of a play here. And here we go. We are at Mother Russia, AJ, and it's going to be not cold, but very, very hot.
Niet, it is. I know like they called Niet. It is going to be Mia with a quick thermite to warm things up in this map. It's not going to melt the snow though, as Ellen will drop in for those couple of points in the hard point. But Afia will just arrive right after. Are we going to be able to see Gaijin and Invicta come in with a response? Devi should be able to get this with the PowerPoint chopper hold. Unless one of the players from XDG go in for the backstab. Here comes that tremendous gameplay from Gaijin Invicta. It's just going to be back and forth, all-out chaos on this map.
Yep, exactly. And right now, we're actually seeing a response from Gaijin Invicta. They're doing so well with this hold, and right now, they're actually going to be able to get that hard point. But then, just like that, they lose it, and it's going to be difficult for them to actually hold a hard point like this P1. P1 is always going to be the most open in any map, but then we can see here, XDG will have the advantage of their spawn for having that second hard point and really gaining all of those points. Now, that's what they need. Now, the defense needs to come in here with XDG, and I believe they're going to get most of the points that they need here.
Ooh, Tokyo, beautiful KRM takedown. Are we going to be able to see her pick up these hard points? Yes, they will, because Tokyo's just flushing out these players, but she will drop out for a moment to get killed, and then XDG is in that hard point. The players from Gaijin Invicta right outside of the House of Fear, dropping outside just to clear out all of the pressure. But, it's so fast-paced and back and forth that the points are just going to continuously change and swap hands. Are we going to be able to see those defenders by Ellen? I can't say defenders as in plural. There's just a singular defender in here. Ellen. If Ellen can drop into this hard point, pop her defender, she's going to be able to block out a very clear entry point and then focus in all of your gunshots towards the rest of the areas. And XDG should be able to, Gaijin should be able to pull off an amazing hardpoint, right? But we don't really see that play coming in from Gaijin just yet, people.
Yep, exactly. But right now the spawns are in their favor, and Devi is going to be that Slayer up in there outside. But then it is going to be an easy infiltration here by XDG LXIX, and with sticking with that chopper being a really amazing threat to the Gaijin girls. And right now she is going to be able to get taken out by Rosie. Now that was very interesting to see, as Rosie doesn't really quite die from that War Machine. And right now that rotation here off of this second floor, this is what they really wanted. Tokyo is going to be getting all of those kills, 9 kills to her name. Now this is one of the most important players that Gaijin has. Tokyo has really good IQ, really amazing game sense here.
Oh, XDG should be able to hold on to the hard point now. It is under heavy contest. 2 players from the side of Gaijin dropping in. But the numbers game, XDG should be able to win this. They will go in for the fight. Mia drops in with the Sparrow, a double kill. And Devi gets a double for herself as well. The Sparrows are just popping up for the side of Gaijin Invicta, which allows them to pick those hard point up. 12 more seconds in there. And XDG steps right back in. 53 to 60. Almost nothing in between the two teams. Gaijin Invicta for the fight to push this into match number 5, and they equalize those points before we get a reset on the hard point.
Ooh, what an amazing push here by XDG. They did such an amazing job, but then the push and the play needs to go here for P4. It's going to be a very open map. It's going to be a very open hard point, and they really need to make all of those cluster strikes really go down for this one. Tokyo, yet again, being such an amazing player for her team, really making those essential plays, and they do get a hold of that hard point. Now, this is where all of the cluster strikes, the XS1 should start pouring in, and right now it's going to be Afia going to be really amazing here with her guns as well.
Okay, shock RC, but a little too late, and she will not be able to perform. Zika! With that sick chopper action up from top, she will be able to hold that hard point for her team by controlling the second floor of this house. Are we going to be able to see the side of Gaijin Invicta come back in for a response? Yes, they do. Consta with the KRM just wrecks them, 89 to 75. Gaijin Invicta will fall back by just a little bit, but not by too much. They can still make a comeback in here, but here we go. The hard points have gone in for a hard reset. We are at P1. All of a sudden, Gaijin Invicta will fall back even further. Where is that comeback game, right?
Well, we don't really see any kind of response here by Gaijin Invicta, but here we go. The cluster strike is going down, but a little bit too early yet, I think, because no one is going to be stepping in that hard point, which is sad because that was kind of a waste of a hard point. If you don't have a teammate that's actually going to be going down there, and here we go. This is what XDG is doing right. They put down that cluster strike, having Afia there all safe and having all of that gunfight.
Both of those cluster strikes coming out, and Gaijin Invicta will be forced to pop yet another, not allowing either side to pick these points up because of those cluster strikes. And now this is a stalemate. Neither side picking up those points. XDG finally dropping in, and they should be able to control the final 10 seconds in here. Scrap points at this map are not so scrappy. You need each and every little bit of it. What was that defender, Ellen? As she pops it out, she blocks no doors. Sika drops in her VTOL, but gets shut out immediately. XS1 Goliath unable to take Devi out for most of the time, and now they will drop in Gaijin Invicta. And this is that comeback gameplay. How long will they hold it, Beef?
Devi needs to go out of the way. She needs to go hide and just be in a corner, or else she will be taken out. She is the only one that's keeping everyone alive. And Tokyo, yet again, this is what I'm saying. Tokyo is being such an amazing player for their team, and Devi just having that real amazing. They need to go for that push and really get and steal that XS1 Goliath, and they do get to have that steal, AJ.
Tokyo slays. One more shot in there. Let's go. It's Gaijin Invicta. Hey, they lose the hard point even if they have the XS1 Goliath. What is going on? XDG right now, they are just rampaging all over Gaijin Invicta. Nobody's picking up those hard points. XDG will be able to step back in there, but it's 2 more seconds. Gaijin Invicta wants to control the next hard point with 2 XS1 Goliaths. Is this gonna be possible? Ellen with that drop, and then FHJ just does not manage to pop off to take her down, and this is perfection. If Gaijin manages to pull this off, it's game over, Beam.
They did that on purpose. They left that hardpoint so they can be settled over here in this next hardpoint. And right now, they will have a hard time infiltrating, knowing that there are two XS1 Goliaths in the area, having another XS1 Goliath on their own. But no, with the defusal, with the protection.
Yeah, boy, it is going to be none other than Rosie that drops that FHJ onto the XS1 of XDG. It's 124 to 126 so far. It's so close. Just 2 points between them. Consta coming back in here for the contest, and it's going to be XDG on the hard point. This is that close off. A double cluster strike being laid up by Gaijin Invicta at the front and the back of the house, but that is going to be a little bit too late because nobody's flushing out the hard point. Finally, it is done, but is it going to be too late? Because this is 129 to 139, and this next hard point, this is going to be all-out brawl for the two sides, B.
Yep, this is not comfortable at all, and whoever gets to have this hard point will definitely get all that, especially with another XS1 Goliath over here by Gaijin Invicta, but a cluster strike does go down here by XDG LXIX. But it's going to be amazing if they actually get to step up here in Consta, being such an amazing one for her squad, as 2 more points is going to be needed. 1 more point, and here we go, AJ. We are going to be seeing XDG LXIX in the finals with Velvet.
Well played. Well played, guys in Invicta. Well played. And unfortunately, that just wasn't enough to defeat XDG LXIX. They have been the most dominant team in the Valkyrie series so far. At the group stage, at the playoffs, they have been shining. They didn't shine earlier today, but like I mentioned, they were setting themselves up for one of the greatest comeback in the women's division for Call of Duty Mobile. They've dropped into the lower brackets, and they've now tapped out their opposition 3-1. Let's take a quick look at the breakdown of that match. MVP. Oh my goodness me. Sika, how many MVPs today is this lady going to pull off for herself, babe?
Well, apparently she wants to get everything, as she is actually going to be able to get all of those kills. 39 kills to her name. Absolutely crazy gameplay here. But on the other side, we have Gaijin Mia with 30 yet again. Now, all of these girls did so well. At some point, I didn't know who was going to win. And that cluster strike was the winner for that one. And unfortunately, I think they didn't have enough on their artillery and to have and really take down that cluster strike as well. They didn't have a cluster strike of their own, but they did have that XS1 Goliath, and sadly they couldn't even step in there, and that was such an amazing push with both of these teams. Nonetheless, they did such an amazing job. And now let's take a look at the results and what really went down in today's matchup with XDG LXIX against Gaijin Invicta. We have 150 to 111 for the hard point and 6-5 for Search and Destroy.
Yep, 108 to 150, and the Gaijin Invicta pulls Raid back into the pocket, but at Nuketown, they were annihilated by XDG LXIX. Now, there was a couple of mistakes that I spotted from Gaijin Invicta that I just didn't agree with, right? That final 2 cluster strikes that they popped out at the entrance as well as, you know, the back door of the house that they were in, unfortunately, just was not the right decision. That was an absolute waste of 2 very important score streaks that they could have opened up at that very final hard point that they lost the game on. Imagine this, right? There was just 1 cluster strike from the side of XDG. If Gaijin Invicta didn't waste their 2, it would be them picking up all of those points, Beef.
Yeah, exactly. They really got all of their operator skills, all of their score streaks up in that P3 in that house. And sadly, you even brought it out in a place where it's very sheltered. And that's the reason why it didn't work out for them. They should have just saved it. They had 2 XS1 Goliaths over there. It was overkill to put 2 cluster strikes on both ends. And it didn't even work out as well. And that's where you find where, okay, they used all of what they had over here. And going into that last hard point, unfortunately, they didn't have enough to actually respond to XDG. But let's look at the hard point over here, the replays that we have. And you can see how well that XDG really played this one. Gaijin always played catch up, and it was always just XDG's game from this on.
Yeah, but it was very, very close, which was something that I did not expect based on Gaijin's performance in the competition thus far. And Mia really popped off in this game. But unfortunately, towards the very end of game number one, Hardpoint was just dominated by XDG. They just managed to pull this back by, some very, very key plays from these players. I mean, Afia was monumental in this game. But once again, Sika, she was the MVP for game number one, I believe, and for a great reason, right? She was absolutely deadly, Beef.
Yep, exactly. And Sika really stepping up in this competition, especially being teammates with the likes of Consta, Afia, Venice, Yaki. She really brought it here, and it's really nice to see that she's finally shining here, and she really, really deserves it. And now this is like the matchup that I was really looking forward to as well, was the Search and Destroy. I already knew that Gaijin was going to be a really, really good team for Search and Destroy, and it even went down to round number 11. And now seeing it over here, the domination game was absolutely no questions. It was Gaijin Invicta's game. Raid domination is their game mode and their map. Now that was just like an automatic win for them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And they've been so impressive. And they are showing promise for sure. But we want to see Gaijin Invicta kind of, I guess smoothen out the rough edges because they're such an amazing team, right? They bring in so much of promise into the competition. But when you expect them to give that fight back, they do give that fight back, but they can't just finish the match off. XDG always so perfect in these games that they have taken up against them, except Raid. They knew Raid like the back of their hands. They need to grind a little bit more until they need to know until they know the rest of the maps just the exact same way as well, Beef.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I was like thinking over here. Like, they picked Nuketown. They were supposed to win that one. And especially, they didn't even pick Raid. I don't think they did. Or unless they did. You know what?
No,
I'm
they
actually
didn't,
not
they
sure who they did. They didn't, right? So they
They
didn't
didn't.
pick Raid, yet they won that one. And
Yeah.
from XTG's pick, that was a bad pick on there. And knowing how well that, Gaijin Invicta really did, especially in the last few games. And right now, having this pick of Nuketown, that was very questionable on my end because they already know how well in this gunfights and in the economy round, so they can actually get over here, especially with the last few hard points that we saw, AJ.
Yeah, if anything, XDG definitely has respected Gaijin Invicta as an opponent from their land as well. And they've given them all of those opportunities to take those fights against them. And if anything, I wouldn't even put it past XDG for purposely picking Raid because Gaijin Invicta is good on it, because they want to beat their opponents at their best. And that's exactly the type of team, XDG is, but they just couldn't pull it off on Raid. But when we dropped into Nuketown, it was a totally different story. It was not a dominating victory. It was very, very close. But, XDG managing to show us exactly why they are the better side, exactly why they are the top team in here. Because not only do you need to be good with the gun skills, you also need to know how to ration your score streaks, don't you, B?
Yep, exactly. Rationing all of your score streaks, really know when to actually use that. The mistake that they made here, it's kind of painful to watch again because they were dominating here at the very last end, especially with that double Goliath that you had over here. That was supposed to be enough, but then you're going to be seeing 2 more cluster strikes, which I don't know the reason why. They probably thought they could actually win it in this hard point, but no, you should never ever assume that you are going to get all of those points in that hard point, and it really cost them the fact that they couldn't even step in here. And you can see Sika being such an amazing MVP. Everything was down for her. 18 average kills with an average death of 12. Really good KDA. Average assist of 6 with an average score of 2,800 here. That is not a really, I don't know. I really am impressed with what Sika has been doing here so far. These numbers are really amazing.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? Because we want to see as well the progress of Sika as well as the other players in the competition, how they have grown, how much they have managed to shine for themselves. And Sika, she has not been consistently getting those MVPs for herself as much as today. And that's no fault of hers, because why? She is stuck in a team full of amazing players. I mean, Afia is in XDG LXIX as well, Beef. How do you go in and perform better than Afia? Only the likes of Sika can do that consistently.
Yeah, and it's inspiring to be in a team where all of your teammates are so good. It makes you want to perform as good as them as well. You don't want to be that person that's called like, oh, you're just being carried by your teammates. No, and that's really good. And all of these girls, I've seen them while they're training. I've encountered them. I've talked to them while they were not playing for this tournament, and the bond that they have is absolutely amazing. And you know what? If the girls of XDG are actually watching this right now, they actually have a chant that they like to sing while they're playing right now, and it's going to be a very amazing song that they sing. And I don't know if I can actually sing here, but before we actually go for that one, Elmo J, Mia, Afia, and Isa, hashtag Valkyries. These are the girls that you really want to see, and you should definitely really vote all of these girls out. And you know what? It's going to be amazing how each and every one of these girls really deserve to be here.
Oh, more than just these four deserve to be here, quite honestly. But it's just exactly how the Valkyrie Honor Award will work. Elbow J, Mia, Afia, as well as Isa. These four girls have got the opportunity to be voted as the best Valkyrie in the competition, and it's all in your hands. You can vote in the comment section by dropping in a hashtag Valkyrie followed by the name of the player you would like to vote for. Let's see exactly who will be able to win it by the end of today, because the winner of the Valkyrie Honor Award takes home, bags a beautiful $200 babe.
Yep, and that is a lot of money, and especially how all of these girls, every one of them, really deserve this title. And especially we're seeing now Velvet is going to be up against XDG LXIX. Now this is the showdown that we've been waiting for the past few weeks that we've been here in this competition, and I'm here living for it. This is the underdog story that we've been really searching for, especially in this matchup today. Having that 3-0 from Velvet, that disrespect, XDG would want their vengeance.
Let's see if or not they'll be able to get it. Before we go on a break, let's hear Beef Mommy sing this XDG song.
Oh, I thought you forgot this one. Okay, I'm so happy that you reminded me. Okay, XDG, all of these girls chant out. I saw their, videos from before. Every time they played during the tournament, may I add, they kept singing, "I'm getting ripped tonight. R.I.P. that dude." These girls sang that while they were playing during a tournament. This is the bond that I love seeing between two pro players. All of these pro players here, AJ.
Well, hopefully they continue singing that little jingle, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as they go on to meet the ravaging Velvet from Singapore, who's representing MYSG. I don't know if by choice, but too bad lah. They will represent our side, and they better win, because XDG ain't no chump squad for them to take on. A quick short break. When we come back, the grand finals of the Valkyrie series.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
You fools. Just look around you. They are everywhere. They operate from the shadows, right under your noses. You have absolutely no idea what you're up against.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, welcome to the grand finals of the Valkyrie series. This is playoffs day 2, and this is the final series that you will be witnessing, the grand finals itself. Well, 2 teams are here standing tall, and it is Velvet from Singapore as well as XDG LXIX from the Philippines. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Static Beef Mommy.
Ah, yes, I am not a voice anymore. At least I have a face on screen, right? You didn't expect that, did you, AJ? But here we go. We are down to the final two. We totally expected this to happen. This final two is what we've been expecting ever since the first week of that group stage. And this is the finals that we need. This is what we deserve. And all of these two teams, they've already shown us how strong they are. And a while ago, it was such a disappointing start, right? Because we saw a sweep from Velvet because of that connection. But then finally, the story that XDG wanted happened, and this is what happened over here. XDG LXIX won 3 rounds against Gaijin Invicta.
And this is the comeback of the century for the women's division in Call of Duty Mobile. Well, because the division hasn't been here for the long time enough. Are we going to be able to see Velvet get taken down, or will the power of the internet just do XDG in? Because if it happens again, you cannot run away. This time round, it's just how it is. Because up against Gaijin Invicta, XDG was absolutely fine. Taking it up against Velvet in the grand finals shouldn't be an issue at all. And if it happens to prove to be an issue yet again, Velvet is not going to care about it. They will just focus in on the W and take the whole of the Valkyrie series for themselves. Keiki, Elbow J, Vapey, Sovilla, and X-Bot, as well as Bloom, will be representing the Singapore region Velvet's beef.
Yep, and they are the pride of MYSDJ. They really have that representation, and that's why the pressure is on them to perform well, and they have been performing so well in this competition so far. They are the ultimate team to really beat here, especially against a team like XDG LXIX. All of these girls are going to be absolutely amazing. And we do have Afia, Afro, Venice, Kansa, Sika, and Yaki. All of these girls right now, they are so amazing. And having that unfortunate thing really happened to them a while ago. They did not deserve that. But then we can already see how well they already performed against Gaijin Invicta. And now this is the comeback gameplay that they really deserve and that Velvet wants. Velvet doesn't want to have easy wins. They need to know that they deserve those wins, and we are going to be seeing it in a few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, there is just no fun in taking away a victory like that, right? And Velvet definitely wants a fight. XDG LXIX will be able to give them exactly that. All through all of those toils and turmoil, Sika will still be able to maintain her average kills for the day. 18.20 and the assist on 6.0. On the average kill, Sika does slightly better, but on the assist, Elmo J just slays me.
Yep, exactly. They're absolutely slaying. Both of these girls have been doing amazing jobs so far. But I think in the side of Velvet, I think NXBot also does a really good job. But Elmo J just having a little bit of an edge. And you can see with their average scores that they are on par. With just a few couple ports actually just have that advantage. But then again, all of this is not going to be important. And the most important thing is going to have all of those map bans and all of those picks. So taking a look at all of that today, it's going to be interesting how both of these teams really get to pick all of these maps, and especially with XDG, with the luck on their side, yet again, wins that coin toss, and this is looking very dire for Velvet. As we see here, XDG has the upper hand.
How is this going to turn out for Velvet, right? Because the last time Velvet managed to take a match against XDG when there were no internet issues, that was at domination firing range. So Velvet better keep their fingers crossed that that's exactly what happens in here. Raid and standoff has been banned, and XDG, since they win the coin toss, they will bring us down into Nuketown for hard points. Oh my god, here we go, beef.
Oh, okay. Now, we already know that XDG had the upper hand against Gaijin Gaijin Invicta in Hardpoint Nuketown. But this is a completely different beast to go up against. Velvet will definitely not make it easy for the girls of XDG to actually win this particular Hardpoint matchup, knowing how aggressive Velvet can be as well. And also, they're really smart in terms of utilizing all of their score streaks and also operator skills. So it's really up to anyone's matchup here in Nuketown, as we can already know that Nuketown isn't a map to have like certain strategies. But then after all of that, we are heading over to Search and Destroy, and Crossfire and Tunisia are going to be banned. Very, very smart ban here by Tunisia, and Velvet is going to be banning that one. And Raid is going to be Search and Destroy. This is the map pick of Velvet. They already know this map like at the back of their hand, AJ.
Yeah, you pick that Alpha or Bravo side for the bomb plan. Either way, it's quite a long rotation. So how will the game of confusion start off first? To trick your enemy to move into one of these bomb sites, allow yourself as well as your team to plant the bomb and set up a great defense, because the basketball court is going to be quite open. Whichever team that drops in there can, depend on the locker room as well as some of these corner points. But, going in for that Bravo point for the plant is equally as open as well. Which team will be able to play these power positions better? They should be able to find that Search and Destroy game. Firing range, Crash banned off this time. XDG wants nothing to do with firing range. They know exactly what happened the last time, and they will bring a Crossfire into the fray, Beef.
Now, that is very interesting. Now, it was very smart for XDG to ban off firing range, but having Crossfire yet again, it's going to be a rematch that we deserved from a while ago. As we already know, we got, XDG disconnected a while ago. There was only 2 players left from their team, and Crossfire is going to be deja vu all over again. It's really having that distraction gameplay and really going to that opposite ends and really trying to get all of those flags. Alpha and Charlie, now you're going to be seeing a split type of push here, really trying to go for that Alpha and Charlie flag all at the same time, and eventually going for that secret, Bravo take as well. Charlie's just going to be a distraction. It's just going to be a distraction, and we're going to be seeing how well these girls actually do it. It's going to be chopper gameplay here, wall bangs all over the place.
Absolutely. Hardpoint Crash if we get taken in here to game number 4. Most probably the case. And if at all, it gets pushed all the way into a deciding map number 5. Search and Destroy XDG will bring us right back into Crash again.
Ooh, Crash is a very interesting map. Not a lot of pro players actually really like Crash because it's such an unbalanced map. And with Hardpoint, it's going to be interesting how all of these take, especially with P4. P4 is going to be one of the most interesting takes here, especially knowing how closed off it is. They're really going to want to get into that. And we are definitely going to have... Are you just waving to my picture? Were you waving to my picture? I mean, as much as I want to wave back, I cannot do that. I'll just do an imaginary, high five to you, Masashio. But here we go. I'm so excited to see what's gonna happen here in our Hardpoint game.
Even when you give me actual high fives, I don't respond. What makes you think I'm going to respond to an imaginary one, Beef? Come on.
No, anyway, I'm not getting a high five anytime soon, but we are going to be getting all of this greatness. We are at Hardpoint Nuketown, and it's going to be explosive here. Mother Russia is not going to be nice. They're not going to play nice with each other, and this is what we've been waiting for.
Okay, so earlier they were able to snuff out Gaijin Invicta, and that was a close fight. Gaijin Invicta, in terms of those gun skills, are not as good as Velvet. Yes, Gaijin won't be very happy to hear that. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Will XDG be able to pull it off slightly better against Velvet, or will the fact that Velvet being slightly better than Gaijin Invicta show that they will be the favorites to pick this victory up? Afia trying to ravage with that KRM, 1 shot, 1 kill, but this time it's not so effective. She needs to close in this gap. 22-2 so far on the points, and it's a great hard point opened up by XDG.
Constla being the only one in there, and it's going to be difficult for Velvet to actually get all of these scrap points, and Elmo J is going to be the only one over there alongside another teammate, and they need to go for that rotation. XDG needs to go to that rotation, which is going to be at the side of Velvet. That spawn over there, it's going to be very amazing for them to actually have and infiltrate if they get this hard point. Now, Velvet has that advantage of getting this hard one, especially with their spawn. They really need to defend this heavily, knowing that Afia is just going to be right there.
Okay, now Afia prowling through KRM should be able to look up and pop yet another Zika. Gets that takedown, but unfortunately will get shut out by Bloom. So far, it's perfection coming in here from XDG LXIX onto the 40 points so far. More than double of what Team Velvet has. Now, are the Singaporeans going to be able to make a playback in here? Keiki hasn't been able to get even one kill so far in this map, which is absolutely shocking.
Yeah, that is very surprising with Keiki having such a hard time to get all of those frags. She even has a QQ9. She should have had at least one kill by now. Still having a really hard time. And you know what? Velvet was supposed to have the advantage of getting this hard point, yet XDG still has it. And right now, it's going to be XDG's, spawn that's going to be over here. It's going to be hard for Velvet to finally infiltrate into this next hard point, which is going to be P3 in the house. They're going to have a hard time going in there. If they had a hard time defending their own spawn, they will have an even harder time infiltrating this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, Beef. XDG in here holding on to their home spawn point as well as the hard point. Zika slaying with the chopper. Fia, KRM, one shot, one kill, performing as usual. Opportunity once again, but stands right beside her enemy, allowing Velvet to take it down and pick those points right back up. And this is the problem with hardpoint. No matter how much you perform, no matter how chaotic it is, your opponents get to play catch-up very easily as long as they can secure just one great hard point. And the thing that we, speculated to be as one of the most difficult things, which is to take your opponent's spawn as well as hard point, that's exactly what Velvet is doing right now. And not only do they do it with perfection. They will equalize and overtake in terms of that scoreboard.
Yep, exactly. They did so well with the response over here, especially using those defenders to their advantage. You can already see how well balanced all of these, operator skills that Velvet has. They have an aggressive Sparrow, but they also have defensive walls that can protect them into these hard points. Now, this is really amazing. And with the side of XDG, you can already see how aggressive they are because everyone either has a War Machine or a Sparrow, and this is what's happening. You have that advantage at such an open area like this.
Oh, Consta on a freaking kill streak here so far. Nobody has taken it down just yet. Pops an amazing smoke, brings the KRM right back out with the UAV up in the air. She should be able to ravage the rest of the players. Consta hasn't dropped so far, probably on her 8th kill right there as she takes down NXBot as well as Elmo J. XDG picking up point 100 so far, and Consta has been an absolute monster.
Yep, exactly. Consta being constantly amazing up in this matchup, especially with all of those kills. She could not be killed, and I think she's about to get rid of an X1 Goliath yet again, but she does miss that opportunity, so I don't think that's going to be up. She finally gets taken out. The rotation is key here. They need to go for P1 yet again, and NXBot is positioned there really nicely, and it's going to be raining missiles in a few seconds.
Okay, 115 to 77 in here so far. NXBot will get shut out of that hard point. Way too open for a solo play. I don't really see Velvet picking up this map, so you might as well give it up, right? Because XDG is just way too good. It doesn't seem like Velvet prepared for Nuketown for this competition.
Yep, exactly. And that is the reason why XDG really picked this map, because not a lot of people, not a lot of these teams really fight for a map like this. Nuketown is something you don't really see that often. And especially with all of these going down, you can really see how unconventional XDG really is. And now the rotation needs to go here into that second hard point, which is going to be at the advantage of XDG, as they do have an Nexus 1 Goliath right in their arsenal.
Okay, and we can't count out the Singaporeans just yet, because with this push, they make it up to that 100-point mark, and that's just about 21 points between themselves as well as the Filipinos. Bloom with the 2-piece, and this is going to be the final run. When this hardpoint opens up, if the Singaporeans don't drop in, XDG should be able to close game number 1 off. And here is that XS1 on the hole. Elmo J slaying outside, but it's not gonna be enough. Trying to make the approach on the XS1 Goliath. And the contest for the hard point is not even coming through, which means XDG is already on their final run. Final 10 points in your Bloom will manage to take out the XS1 Goliath, but that is all Velvet will be able to do. They managed to nick away the hard point, but the game is already lost if they cannot close this here at this hard point. And there's no way they can, because look at the points and look at the time limit now.
Yep, exactly. And it's going to be here. Game number 1 is going to the XDG LXIX girls. Very impressive. Velvet couldn't even stand a chance.
And it just looked like Velvet just was not comfortable on that map at all. Nuketown was an all-out map ban and bip brilliance coming in from XDG. They did the right thing here and they deserve that victory. Are they going to be able to show us consistently what they can bring on in the series? Can they get a revenge 3-0 donut against Velvet? Let's take a quick look at the breakdown of that match beef and see who picked those MVPs up.
Yes, sir. And we can already see here XDG LXIX Venice getting that MVP. And not too far away from her, we have NX Bot with the MVP from the side of Velvet. And you can already see how far off these points already are. The line of 2s here, the line of the 20s, Afia and Consta being part of that as well. It's an amazing, amazing effort here by all of these teams. Look at the scores here. 4,000. 3,800, 3,300. Everyone in the XDG side has that line of 3s. That it's amazing to see all of this. Everyone did their part here.
Oh, absolutely right. And even though I said Velvet does not look super comfortable on Nuketown, there's just a difference of 41 points between the two teams. And for Velvet to be able to hold their own, even in a position which they were not too confident on, it shows a lot about the quality of the team. And this is going to be Raid as we drop in for Search and Destroy. The Singaporeans have picked this map. What will we have in store? Because if Velvet does not pull a W on Raid, then that's gonna be like those warning bells ringing already, Beef.
I think XDG just really wants to give Velvet the sweep as well, because a while ago they were given the sweep, but right now they're like, you know what, we're back better than ever. And with Raid being there, it's actually going to be a little bit hard for XDG because they do usually have that double sniper meta. But with a map like Raid, you can only just probably have one sniper. That is more ideal, because a map like Raid, you will most likely have your QQ9s, your Man of Wars, and maybe the occasional, that chopper gameplay as well.
Somewhat to Tunisia, we need to make sure that there is a split defense for the side of Velvet, right? And Velvet, if anything, have been able to show us that they are amazing when it comes to the split defense. And they are going to be playing a 4-1 so far in here, with one player taking mid, not even dropping into Bravo for the side of XDG LXIX. They really want to scout out where the players from Velvet will be going into. Velvet, on the other hand, will be taking a 2-2-1 split, with one player pushing down into the Alpha bomb site. And that is going to be Elmo J. No snipes from what Katniss showed us from the 21 Huntress, but this is good enough. Let's see how the approach drops in.
I feel like Sovella should be the one here, because just like that, Elmo J gets taken out. Now, this is the mistake that I was saying. Elmo J should not be in Alpha. She shouldn't be here in basketball court because she has the QQ9. Sovella should be the one getting those opening picks there, and they paid the price in putting Elmo J over there being too open.
And now these are prime positions being picked up by XDG. They know Sovella is right up, but they are not going to be revealing their positions. And Consta takes another beautiful snipe. 2 in this game for her so far. And Consta is looking for more. NX bot shut down by Venice. The double sniper showdown coming in for the side of XDG. Are we going to be able to see Venice drop in and do slightly better later on? Most definitely will, as Keiki and Bloom still try to pull this out.
Oh, but with the hit marker, Keiki finally goes down. almost having that flawless run. XDG, amazing push there. Knowing that Elmo was there, that sniper of Consta was amazing. And they should really have that rotation. Elmo J should not be there. Sovella or Keiki should be over there having that sniper. And that was very essential for them. Hopefully they really get to learn. But no, I can already see that Elmo J is going to be the only one there.
Cheeky nade dropping in from Sovella, but does not take anyone out. But if she keeps trying for it, she might just find a lucky frag. And this time, it is going to be Elmo J once again dropping into the basketball court, holding it on her own. Just one player holding Alpha. It wasn't a great idea earlier. It's not going to be a great idea right now as well. But Elmo J is buying time here. She uses the thermite to show the side of XDG that the entry is not going to be so easy. Bloom getting shut down. Yaki as well. They are going in here for the backstab entry into basketball court. They managed to pull off the distraction, take down Elmo J as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, XDG at their best. And now we only have Sovella as well as Keiki to take it back. Sovella with the flick and the headshot on Consta. What else can she pull off? One more. The foot was just sticking out. Sovella not really patient on the snipes, and she will have to back away. Opportunity, quick scope, and Sovella will miss that. 77 on the HP. If she gets pushed, it's game over. Keiki on the approach as well. QQ9. Will she be able to get this backstab beef? If she can get finished, this might just be possible for Velvet, and she does.
Oh, but what a beautiful push there. Not being able actually to quite get that. Keiki's going to be the only one here. Now, it's not going to be in her favor as 10 seconds is going to be down on the clock. This is definitely XDG's game. This is her match right now. Even if she actually has that kill, even if she gets all of that, there's still not enough time. Beautiful play here by XDG. Really going for that distraction gameplay. Now, this is what we didn't see in their matchup against, Gaijin a while ago. They weren't really aware of the time, and right now XDG is playing it to perfection. All of the plays are going down, all of those gunfights, and Elmo J really needs to get out there and be replaced by Sovella.
Okay, let's see if or not we will be able to see this time a two-player drop into that basketball court, which is much better. Just like you mentioned, Beef, Sovella this time backs up Elmo J at that basketball court, and the entrance by XDG may just be a short-lived push. Are we going to be able to see the girls from Velvet make a quick rotation? Once those first few shots drop in, Consta will be making her own push in here with that snipe very so slowly because she knows Sovella will be a problem. Elmo J might get taken down here and she stands up, but lucky for her, Consta does not pull that trigger. And she did pull the trigger. A hit marker appeared there. She does not get taken down. Lucky for her. XDG still on the prowl, looking for an advantage in this round, and they will focus on Bravo this time.
They were playing for picks, which is very smart. And right now, having to head over to Bravo is probably really smart for them to do. It's only going to be one player over there, and she does get down. Keiki going down so early here. And it's going to be very dire for Velvet to actually go in here. Mind you, this is their map pick, but it just seems like XDG knows this map too well. They're playing it so patiently. But then just like that, we see Sovella with a two-piece with that grenade, AJ.
Okay, now if or not Velvet will be able to do this depends on Yaki and Sika messing up. This is a two-lady hold. So Vela drops Sika, Yaki all alone. QQ9, yep, this is not just gonna be possible. Melting point, bomb gets defused, and Velvet pulls one back.
Man, that was supposed to be XDG's round, but then Velvet just proves that they know the map as well as XDG. And this is the comeback that really we are expecting from a team like Velvet, really learning from that response. And XDG really had that opportunity to push and really defend Bravo, but then they couldn't really do it well. And now they are going for another Bravo push. Very aggressive push here. And Afia with that opening pick.
Okay, Afia should be able to get one more. She does not go in for the jump. It is XDG on the plant, and Afia can just wait for the push to come in from Team Velvet. And she will hold quite a power position, and the person that jumps out of that window will get taken down if at all the rotation from the back of the building does come through as well. It should be easy for her. Bloom gets shut down, so does NX Bot. Dawnstar on fire. Afia drops Sovella, leaving just Elmo J in the game. And And this is not going to be a clutch that she can pull off. A 5-on-1 with 13 seconds.
Exactly what you said. It is not possible to get that. And right now we see a lead, a 2-point lead, which is not that big. And Velvet can definitely be in this one, especially if they are going to be the ones holding that bomb. And I feel like maybe the reason why XDG is having such a great time here so far is because they are at the attack. Maybe the fact that when Velvet gets that bomb, maybe the tides will turn. And right now, LMOJ is still going to be alone there. And Savella really needs to go push with her if she really wants to have another round win.
Yeah, no doubt, right? Velvet should be able to pull this back when they are on the attacking side. But how much of pressure will XDG stack on them? Because they need to take one more win. If at all Velvet actually gets this round, that really will change the complexion of the game as Elmo shuts down Afia. Sika out as well. Consta will shut out Elmo J in retaliation, but it's a 4-on-3, which allows Velvet to pick up this point. Yaki from the backstab will eliminate NX bot, and it's a 3-on-3. Bloom almost got taken down as well. Yaki with the reposition, and Bloom is going to be in trouble because of the brilliance coming in from Yaki. This is what I'm talking about. Yaki is on fire.
Yep, Yaki knows when to back out, saw that she got one kill, did not get too greedy, and backed the way out. She had that very amazing aim, backed out, went all around, having that patience, knowing that she can take out Bloom, and she did so. But I mean, they got the trade-off, 2v2 situation. Still, the bomb is going to be down, but they know where the bomb is. Yaki again with that kill!
Come on, Yaki, can we get the final one? Venice will shut down the final player from Velvet as XDG takes a very convincing attacking side. 4-1, and now it is the time for Velvet to show what they can do when they have the bomb. And here's the thing, they've got 5 rounds, 5 opportunities. They've stolen one away from XDG. Does that mean they will be able to win the game if they take a perfect attacking side? That's exactly what it means. Let's see if or not they can pull it off.
The push is slowly coming from the side of Velvet, and they really need to read the room well. There's only going to be one person there, which is going to be Venice over here in that basketball court. They shouldn't really push too aggressively, but then Elmo J, patience is deserved for her side. Elmo J gets that first opening pick, getting rid of Afia. And it's going to be interesting how all of these girls from XCG with that information goes to have that push, AJ.
Okay, now let's take a quick look and see if or not Venice will be able to back up the rest of the team, because Afia has been slain so early on. 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock. Velvet needs to go in for the plan, but with the advantage of the 2 women in here, make that 3. Velvet looks so strong in taking this round in the back. Venice as well as Consta will be left. Venice will eliminate NX bot, goes in for the quick scope as well, does not get the shutdown, switches over to QQ9. Consta shuts Elmo J out of the equation. It's a 3-on-2, and all of a sudden it looks like XDG LXIX can make an easy comeback in here. Consta will make that approach. Venice as well. It's a double sniper action. Consta spots out Keiki, goes in for that shot, but will be down on a HP as well. Keiki on those shots. Venice manages to take one down, takes another one as well. Venice with the opportunity, but unfortunately Keiki responds with a bullet through her chest. 2-4. Velvet still don't want to give up.
Now, Venice needs to learn some lessons from Yaki. She should have backed down from that, getting that 2-piece. She got a little bit greedy, knowing that there was one more person, and it is a sniper, by the way. She should have just stayed there, should have had that defusal. If she went for that defuse, she would have gotten it. You know, Keiki was a little bit too far to actually defuse, to reject that defusal. So at that point, she should have just waited there a little bit more patiently and really know when to get all of those gunfights. And that really costed them. And right now, one person is going to be down here. No, 2 people are going to be down from the side of XDG.
Now, this is a 3-lady defense from the side of XDG. Clearly, the defense has failed because the bomb has been planted. Two players will now be lurking around the kitchen. LMOJ looking to eliminate them right outside of Garden. Are we going to be able to see her get that done, though? Garden for those two players. XDG goes in for the invade finally. Yaki will drop in and will slay Keiki. But Venice as well as Alpha have been taken down on the other side. The invade from the Garden has failed. Yaki with the opportunity, and it is a 3-on-1 for her. She does not pull it off, and Velvet will take point 3 for themselves.
Ooh, now this is the comeback that what we've been waiting for. They chose this map for a reason, and now that they have the upper hand, they're using it to their advantage. You can already tell that from that push over here in A, they're a little bit faltering here at some point, and right now Savella is being such an amazing sniper for her team, doing all of those frags, all those opening picks that are very, very essential for her team. All of that, giving that information, and right now it's going to be gunfights in kitchen.
Okay, a quick thermite, beautiful one, and LMOJ does not go in for the push because they respond with the thermite against her as well. Yaki goes in for the invade, but Ilmo will take her down, which is going to be problem for XDG. A quick drop in here from Afia this time will make sure that LMOJ is eliminated, and it is all equal 4-on-4, and Velvet plants the bomb. It's going to be a basketball showdown.
Yep, exactly. They are going to be having to dribble all of those balls here. Everything to get that information, but then Consta off the smoke gets that sniper. Afia gets the sniper again. She gets the kill, and right now, XDG has the advantage, surprisingly.
Keiki, a 3-on-2. XDG should be able to defuse, but Keiki shuts Afia out, and she is all alone. But Keiki manages to take Consta out with a headshot as well. Defusal cannot happen, and Keiki will be able to slide away. This is sniper on sniper action. Venice, Keiki, Venice manages to take that shot, and XDG will be able to take match point. Whoa! If I didn't see the timer.
Yet again, the timer is your biggest enemy, AJ, and the time was not on their side. What a beautiful placement there with that bomb. If that bomb was just a little bit towards inside that basketball court, she could have had that defusal, but Keiki having that advantage, I don't think they have that smoke either. Having that smoke would have had the advantage of them.
So far, Velvet has taken each and every single attacking round. XDG, they just need to pull one back into their side, and that's about it. I'm pretty sure XDG can win this because when we go into round number 11, they will be on the attacking side. But if XDG cannot do that, it might just be game over. Venice settles Savella, and that means the biggest sniping danger from the side of Velvet has been taken out. But Keiki will respond, showing that she is a threat as well. If anything, she has been the more craziest sniper in this game. LMOJ, Zika shut down, but the response from Afia will make sure Elmo can no longer participate. Afia with one more for herself, but on the other side, Keiki will go in for the elimination. It's a quick fake defusal, which she could have taken for herself. Unfortunately, it will just drop down.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
Velvet does not pull this off. XDG gets point number 5.
For a second there, I thought she'd actually went away from that defusal. I thought she was only going for that fake, but she eventually has it. AJ, this is what you're saying. Once they actually get 1 point over here from Velvet, it's gonna look like they have the opportunity to get another attack round and really head over here. And right now, we can see the girls from Velvet are really struggling to actually get another point. They can already tell there's already a little bit of a sense of panic as they have been a little bit passive in this push. They are staying here in mid, up in laundry as well. They need to have that defense in laundry. XDGX, they're really wanting to have that, you know. They need to close out all of these matches, and they have the advantage. And this is the hardest thing to do, is to close out a match.
Yeah, the bomb is going to swing around passageway straight into square center most probably. The plant will come through, but laundry room has got 2 players from XDG. One inside and one outside. Bomb gets planted, which means XDG can finally respond. Consta with the opportunity. So Bella is looking right back and backs away from that sniper point because Consta has just been placing way too much of pressure there. 30 seconds now on the clock. Is Velvet going to be able to run the timer down once again to the dismay of XDG. A 1 aside, Afia making it 2. Elmo just equalizing things back up. A 3-on-3. Elmo J almost taken down. Afia shuts her out once again. Afia just continuing to do exactly what she does best. And that smoke will be laid out as well. Keiki needs to find the bomb. She needs to find the diffuser. If she does not get this, they will lose the match. She gets the kill. And Manish shuts her down. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a save from Velvet.
How many times has Keiki been such an amazing person for her team? She has 15 kills. She needs to be stopped. She has so many times where the advantage was not on her side. She did so well under pressure, AJ. Why did this happen? XDG should have had that.
Oh, Elmo J losing her life early. Sika, beautiful man of war opener, dropped into the locker room, and now they have the basketball court already, and the invade can come through from the side of XDG, and the bomb gets planted as well. Yaki drops NX bot, which means Velvet is gonna be in trouble. This is the advantage that I was talking about. As long as XDG pulls 1 point back for themselves in the attacking side for Velvet, they should be able to get the advantage as Constar will drop Savilla. It is now a 2-on-5, and there is no way the Singaporeans can make a comeback. With Bloom and her performance in here so far, she manages to take Yaki out. But 4 kills, she goes in for yet another. But Bloom will get shut down as XDG LXIX takes victory number 2. Static Beef Mommy.
Yes, I am Static Beef Mommy, the evil twin of Beef Mommy. But here we go. Now that is a fight that I am talking about, and this is what we deserve. Velvet is having a hard time here, and even though we've seen such genius game days, especially with such an amazing gameplay with Keiki, I can't believe how many clutches she really pulled off, and it's so amazing to see that. And you know what? Let's take a look at the breakdown, because I'm pretty sure that Keiki is going to be the MVP for her team, and you can see it here. 16 kills in Search and Destroy. AJ, what is that?
Crazy performance coming in here from Keiki, stepping it up for the side of Velvet, but it will still be #Valkyrie Afia on the right-hand side, on the side that has managed victory for the 2nd time in the grand finals of the Valkyrie series. 1 win away from bagging the title, 1 win away from being the best ladies team in the Call of Duty mobile scene. How will XDG manage this pressure in Crossfire, a map of their picking, Beef?
Yep, exactly. And they won the map from Velvet. Velvet chose Raid. And right now, Crossfire might be hard for Velvet, knowing how well they played a while ago. But it's the only reason why they played well a while ago is because of connection issues. And right now, if this is going to be a sweep, now what you're saying a while ago, AJ, this is going to be the best comeback in history here in this tournament so far. Amazing plays here, and I'm really looking forward to all of that pushes that it's gonna go through Alpha and Charlie.
Domination. People come in here, they want to hear us go crazy on the commentary, and they want to see the hype being brought in. You think the hype will not be brought in for the potential final match of the grand finals of the Valkyrie series? You'll be kidding, right? And you know, the hype is going to come through even more if Velvet actually manages to steal this away, Beef.
It's very possible for a team like Velvet to do that, AJ.
Yeah.
I really want them to shine. I want to go into game number 5, that even though we're going to be casting for a longer time, I don't care. Let's go do it. I'm really excited to see how these girls really win this one, and especially with a map like Crossfire. We already know how good they play, and it's just all about into really having those really tight rotations, really having that gunfight here in Bravo, really bring out all those score streaks and also all of those operator skills.
Whoever has the special forces base should kind of have the slight advantage in terms of holding back the ones from the guerrilla base in here, right? Because we know that they can catch them off with the snipers in the office building, as well as flooding the bus station, moving down into butches, not only to capture the C location, but also to distract. And during that distraction, and that being the spawn of the guerrilla base, should kind of give the leeway for the capture of Alpha as well as Bravo. And that's the sort of basic gameplay we usually see on Crossfire. Will we see the usual, or will we see something special being brought out here by some of these players? Because if anything, XDG as well as Velvet have truly shown us some amazing gameplays in here at the Valkyrie Series B.
Yep, exactly. And it's really all about those power positions having to go into that, deli. Deli is going to be important, especially going beside that dumpster. You need to have a chopper over there so you can wallbang everyone that's really hovering over towards those broken walls, really going into that Bravo flag. Now, that person in that deli alley will definitely do a really good job at stopping a push, but a person coming from bus, now that's what you're saying, right? Impregnating the bus is the most important thing that you can also have here, AJ. I really love that term that you used before. I could never forget it.
But here's the thing, right? That is for the distraction gameplay. As far as we are concerned, whoever who takes the Special Forces base, do they need to go in here for that full-on push towards the Charlie? Because, being able to capture a full lockdown, 3 points in Crossfire, close to impossible. You need to be a master team to pull that off, and you need to be going up against a team that just cannot face you off against, in terms of those gunfights. So let's see if or not either side will be able to manage such a feat in here as well.
Enemy taking Alpha.
Yep, exactly. And right now, XDG LXIX, you are going to be seeing that they are going to be going through inside all of those broken buildings and going in there for that kill. Eventually gets taken. Oh, yeah, there you go. This is what I'm talking about. They take out that person in Delhi, and now they're heading over towards Charlie. Charlie is going to be another point of contention here, but then there are 2 people here from that team, and it's going to be an early pick here in Bravo. No one is going to be able to contest them.
So this is what I was talking about, right? It is the side of XDG that takes the Special Forces base, and they will have the access into Bravo slightly easier compared to the side of Velvet. Why? Because Velvet needs to go across the Guerrilla Avenue into Laundry through shortcut in for that Bravo site. But even through all of that trouble, Velvet still manages to pick that Bravo site up. And XDG will have to play catch-up right now. Afia dropping in together with the KRM, but we'll see that Shock RC stopper in a track. Sika dropping in for that backstab and manages to get that, which means the opportunity to take back Bravo is there for XDG. It hasn't been done yet. Here comes the stop from Velvet, but unfortunately, Vapi is just a little too slow to the side, and XDG will pull it back for themselves.
Yep, exactly. A beautiful push here by XDG, really going in for that kill right now. But then there are going to be 3 people from Velvet that's going to be able to get that. The pick here in Bravo didn't really last too long for XDG, and they keep trying to go here in Delhi and position themselves really well. But here we go. The rotation's up to Charlie. Here we go. Charlie's going to be taken, but I feel like Alpha will be taken as well. Alpha is left alone with no defense.
Yeah, but then they haven't started going there just yet. 1 player from XDG on Alpha, and right now they will possibly lose Alpha because 2 players onto that Bravo site right now. Just 1 backing away to go in for a solo capture on the Special Forces base. Are we going to be able to see XDG come back in here with some sort of a response to stop it? The answer is no, and Velvet will still hold on to their lead in this game. Elmo J, beautiful onto that Bravo site, and the side of XDG have now been swapped around. They will be on the side of the Guerrilla base. That is their spawn now, B.
Yep, exactly. And right now, what you said a while ago, they put too many eggs in the basket. They put too many of those players push for Charlie when they didn't even do that in the first place. Some of those players should have just gone through and rotate through Bravo, knowing very well that Velvet would actually try to go for Alpha as well. And right now, they're going to have a hard time, right? Because you can see here, the defense from Velvet is a little bit too strong, a little bit too overpowering for everyone here going through Bravo.
Yeah, that was a very bad push coming in from XDG. But, you know, we talked about how difficult it is to get a triple cap on this map, and it is difficult for a reason. You drop in and you lose your positioning, you get your spawn reset, you will lose your advantage as well. And ever since XDG has made that mistake, they have not made a comeback, and Velvet will close off round number 1 as they will reach that 75-point mark.
Exactly, and right now, Velvet is doing such a good job. They're winning their gunfights, and at some point, MOJ took out 3 people on her own, and that was a very difficult feat, especially she was up against people who have QQ9 and also that Chopper. She was able to take out everyone there trying to go for Bravo, and this is another aggressive push here in Bravo, and it's going to be a very interesting thing because we can see here 3 players from Velvet are actually heading towards Charlie.
Okay, XDG picking up that Bravo side. War Machine popping off by Sika, which means the side of Velvet will have a little bit of problem dropping in. But on that note, the invade will come through, but immediately settled off by one and only Sika, and as well as a War Machine. 64-81 XDG playing catch-up, but that's going to be the exact story that continues as Charlie gets snatched away by the Singaporean.
Now you can see here Alpha is going to be taken, but doesn't quite get it. Now, I don't know why they left Charlie and Alpha so open. Again, this is what you were saying a while ago, but Storm put too many eggs in one basket. They put too much defense on Bravo that they left Alpha and Charlie up for the taking. And now they need to have that hard fight. Again, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a triple cap here.
A triple cap being robbed by the Singaporeans, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And one of the most difficult things to pull off at this map, at Crossfire, has been done by the one and only Velvet. With the perfection of the cluster strike onto Alpha, they will stack themselves up onto Bravo. And that is the risk because they will go ahead to lose the Guerrilla base. The Charlie side, but Prevention will come through as well at Charlie because of that cluster strike, but not at Alpha as XDG manages to pull one back. But is that enough? I don't think so. The Singaporeans might have just won the game with that one piece.
Yep, exactly. But then the XS1 Goliath. Oh, I just thought that she was going to be able to actually steal that one, but not quite yet, as another XS1 Goliath is heading over here in Bravo. Now, I'm not quite sure if that placement of that XS1 Goliath is actually really good, but here, a cluster strike. This is the response that we've been waiting for, but I'm not quite sure if this is enough for them to actually get, as the cluster strike is still going down here, AJ.
Okay, 135, and we should be able to see XDG pick up the Bravo site now. But like I've said, it is a little bit too late because they need a triple cap in order to make a comeback, in order to stop Velvet, and that's just gonna be close to impossible. Even if all 5 players drop into Bravo right here, right now, picking up the Charlie spot is just not possible. And Velvet will show that if you can take one map from us, we can take one map right back. And the Singaporeans do not go down without a fight. 150-90, they will take Crossfire back for themselves.
History repeats itself. As the game a while ago, they absolutely dominated Crossfire, but there's no excuse now for XDG as they lost fair and square. There is no internet connection problem over here. We already saw it. It's just the girls from Velvet were just that good.
Absolutely. And this is a position of perfection as far as Velvet is concerned. Why? Because they've won match number 3, and the next map is one of their picking. And of course, advantage into the hands of Velvet, but we've been able to see scenarios like this in the past, where those map picks really don't matter against a team like XDG. And Xbot this time will reclaim her MVP position at that very top as the Velvet from SG, the representatives of MYSG, will bag the victory in here. The first one at the grand finals. They need one more to push this into match number 5 tiebreaker, Beef.
Yep, exactly. And XDG LXIX will not allow that to happen. Hardpoint is the name of the game, and it's going to be interesting how this happens all in Crash. Now, NXBot, you can see here, 7 captured points. That is so amazing, especially for a slayer like NXBot. Not only does she slay, but she also does the OBJ. NXBot proving to be such an amazing gal here, and we are going to be taking up in Crash. Crash Hardpoint. Now it's going to be the battle for that hard point, really getting all of those points. And especially, you need to be smart here, AJ, because heading on to P5, this is the only map, one of those only maps that actually has a point number 5. Usually, there's actually just 4 points, and having that P5 is the hardest to infiltrate.
Okay, the hardest one on Crash, apart from P5, is also hardpoint number 1. Why? Because just like when dropping into firing range and you want to pick up that Bravo side, you need to control some power positions within the map, and that's exactly what Crash will do to you. If you want to pick up Isle, you have to go to the high rise, you have to climb up all the way to the top, and you need to have at least a chopper on the side of the team that has high rise. If you do not control high rise and aim all of your shots down onto Isle, your players are not going to be able to survive. And that's something that we have seen so many times where teams falter and they don't pick up hardpoint number 1. But just to your point, Beef Mummy, this map is so crazy where we will have, 5 different hard points. And what makes the sniper house so difficult to capture, just like what you've pointed out, is the fact that when you go into hard point number 4, and that is house, that is at the spawn point of the special forces. And the guerrilla base, which is going to be your hard point number 5, sniper house, that is going to be all the way across the map. So those early rotations as well as those plans need to be made well ahead of time if the teams want to be able to get this map. And I kind of see XDG picking this one up. So Velvet better bring their A game.
Yep, exactly. It's going to be at the very end of the matchup where we're going to see all of these pull through, because like what you said, P4 and P5 are miles away from each other, and that rotation is going to be key. It is going to be that money hill. P5 is going to be that money hill that everyone really wants to infiltrate and get all of those points. And now we can see here a very early push from both of these teams, really trying to dominate there and really trying to get that 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is going to be essential for them, and Keiki right now has a really amazing power position.
There you go. Sika manages to take down the UAV as well, brings the chopper up onto the high rise, spots one player making the approach. Benice will drop in with the man of war sight for the slay. XDG picking up a couple of points, but it is going to be traded out by Velvet immediately. High rise not controlled just yet by the blue side, which means they will not be able to control Isles as long as they want. The pressure that continues to come in here from Velvet, on the other hand, will be stopped. Why? Because of the answer. One player up top, high rise. Sika on the drop, and that means XDG will continue picking the points up.
Yep, exactly. Now that is the position that you really want to get here, especially in this first hard point. But then again, everyone knows that Sika's going to be there, and LMOJ finally gets that pick off. But then with a QQ9, she will have a hard time. It's like, you can have a really good time there. You can probably slay everyone off there, but you need to have the gun to really stay there as well.
Absolutely right. And the QQ9 up from the high rise and the shots down towards Isle, yeah, that's just not gonna happen. But as the rotation will come through, hardpoint number 2 just happens to be high rise. So the players who have already been controlling the 3rd floor should just be able to jump off, drop down onto the ground floor, control it as well. NXBot in here with the push, but it's a 2-on-1 situation and she will get shut down. Bloom will be on that backup, but so far Velvet hasn't been able to do much in here. XDG the slightly better sides, and hopefully that does not go onto a roll and build up on their points. Velvet will drop into that hard point right now. Afia with the possibility of the prevention, but only for a few seconds. And here comes that catch-up gameplay.
Yeah, but then it's the scrap points that's being given to them, and although the points are still trickling down one by one, the lead is non-existent, and right now they're heading over to P3. Again, this is a really hard point to actually defend right now, and all of these girls from XDG, their rotations are tight. It's really good rotations coming on their end, and MOG with the backstab is proved to be very difficult.
Okay, it's a 2-on-1 situation there. Sika manages to take Elmo out of the equation, unfortunately for the side of Velvet. But it's XDG in the shop. Yaki will not be able to hold it as here comes Afia for the side of Singapore. Back and forth as they will truly go into jump. It will be a 3-player hold onto that shop. XDG with the inmates right back through. Yaki with the pressure will get shut down as well. QQ9, neither side picking up those points. When they go in, it is an immediate contest, and Velvet will win the gunshot, but XDG pulls it right back. Back and forth like a pendulum, this will swing, but the Filipinos definitely want it for themselves. Singaporeans, though, not going down any easy.
Yes, and here we go. We can see the rotation off of P4 right now, and it's going to be XDG territory, and the flank is going to be coming down, and we can see two girls from the side of Velvet are going to be going there, and the rotation from XDG needs to be tight. They really need to go in there, and Concept being so good, but then she does get taken out, AJ. This is the strategy that Velvet has been doing well so far. They are amazing at these pushes, and even though they are at a disadvantage and they push a little bit late, they really win those gunfights.
Special Forces base. This is the home of Velvet. They should not lose this. If they allow their spawn to get reset, XDG should be able to dominate them. But this is the problem. XDG isn't able to reset their spawn. Yaki with a quick invade, but that Thermite will cut down her HP and then allow Keiki to just eliminate her with that chopper. Velvet doing really well, and XDG will prefer to bail from that hard point, giving away all of those points to the Singaporeans. And 10 more seconds in there, Velvet is going to cross the 100-point mark by the time we open up Sniper House. And that is going to be point number 5. XS1 Goliath in there as well. Keiki does not know what is waiting for her.
And it's such a bad thing to actually go up that ladder, because knowing that someone is most likely going to be there, and we have an XS1 Goliath up here, the defense is going to be really tight, but then the girls from Velvet are still actually alive. And another XS1 Goliath is going to be in here, especially here in A long and B long, and it's going to be difficult for them to actually go and infiltrate all of the second floor. Keiki is going to be in trouble, and they really need to have all of these rotations down, AJ. They're really doing a good job.
Yeah, why are they bringing the XS1 all the way in here? Let's see. Sika drops a couple of players right there in front of her, but they've lost their XS1 Goliath, and here is Velvet to take over the hard point. What will Keiki be able to do? Because the XS1 Goliath on her side has been taken out, and that was just a careless play, if you ask me, from the side of Velvet. But on that 110 point so far, they don't give a hoot, because they just want the W. And this is the match for them to win, to push this into the tiebreaker. 120 to 96, but that's not the final hard point. Let's go in here for a reset. Down into hard point number 1. We open it up at Isle. Who's gonna be able to dominate high rise?
That XS1 Goliath is definitely going to be very hard for Velvet to kill. And they wasted one XS1 Goliath a while ago. I have no idea why they wasted all of those points a while ago. Really trying to go infiltrate into that P5, to that Sniper House. And it's going to be very difficult for them to go here as well. And although that they have control over here, we have another person here with another cluster strike. But what they need to do is actually get that person off of that third floor.
Oh, Yaki holding this, then it is not picking up those points, but it's all about the contest, not allowing Velvet to pick any points up for themselves. That's what's more important in here. XDG fighting for their lives. 18 more seconds in here, and the comeback gameplay, which looks so impossible, is still being fought for by the Filipinos. Velvet will pull it back, but just for a second before XDG drops right back in there. 121 to 137. This is hard point number 2, and we need to drop into QQ high rise as well, because that's where we will have to move to next. XDG already with 2 players there. Are they going to be able to hold the fort? Afia, QQ9 will back away, but at the wrong moment as she gets backstabbed. Velvet on that final 9-point push. Elmo J manages with a takedown, a double kill, which means she has just won this for the side of Singapore. Are we going to be able to see XDG step back in? The answer is no. And here comes your tiebreaker match number 5.
Elmo J did that all by herself. She is popping off, and now being XDG, knowing how well they did there, honestly, they did so. XDG really struggled with that one. I'm not quite sure why they did all of those. Like, honestly, that rotation into that P5, they couldn't hold that defense too well. They should have had a lot of points there, but they didn't get everything. They maybe had that, that early rotation off of that P1, but they weren't able to get a hold of that third floor. Amazing plays here by Velvet.
Yeah, you know, the mistake made by XDG here is at the 4th hard point. They were constantly trying to invade the house, but since they found that the defense for Velvet was too strong, and that was the spawn of Velvet, they didn't want to fight for that hard point anymore. You know what? They should have, because Velvet did not give up on any one of those hard points. Even if the Guerrilla base belonged to XDG, they brought the fight. They brought the XS1. They picked up those scrap points and they made sure XDG does not close the game off. And that prevention was beautiful. XDG making a mistake that I did not expect to see from them. And it all boils down to this one final match, which is gonna be Crash, Search and Destroy beef.
Honestly, Crash, Search, and Destroy, this map kind of scares me in this game mode because there's so many entry points that you can actually take. You wouldn't even realize how many angles a sniper can pick off of you. They will see you, but you won't see them. And now this double sniper meta, this is where it will shine in this particular map. Crash is going to be so hard for the people who are actually going to defend this one, knowing how well there's going to be snipers at every corner of this one, and it's going to be that fight of who gets to have that first pick.
Yeah, so snipers will get to rule this particular map, but your KRMs as well as the chopper will be able to shine. QQ9 in the close range combat, absolutely, we will be able to see the highlight from that gun as well. We're talking about the sniper points, i.e. broken building, the shop, low building, as well as high rise. These are the 4 main points which will be exploited by these snipers. And will XDG be able to pull the win with their double sniper meta in here? I don't think it's that straightforward, right? Because just dropping 2 snipers in there isn't going to guarantee you a win at Crash. It's a combination of things, mainly being who will be able to block off the entry points early and get the opening frags for themselves, Beef.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be very interesting how all of these plays really come through, especially having the first information of being a sniper. Now, the only reason why you really want to have snipers here is because, like what I've said a while ago, is that you won't really see them, right? And especially having all of those opening picks, there's so many crevices and little wall bangable, places that you can be at that you wouldn't even know that what hit you. You wouldn't even know who killed you. And that's what's so interesting about this map, is that the verticality of this map as well. You need to worry about people who are on top of a building. Unlike if you're going to be in a map like Standoff, right? You won't have to worry as much and you won't have to look up as much. Unlike here, where you need to worry about someone who's going to be in that 3rd floor.
Absolutely. And the one thing I took away from that sentence is definitely wall bangable. It is going to be the Crash gameplay coming in here from these teams, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And, Search and Destroy at Crash is going to be complicated in a way whereby it's going to be slow pace. It's going to be a breakdown of the defense, 2-1-2 as usual. The attacking side will have the advantage. But just like what XDG has shown us one time in here today, can they pull it off twice by giving Velvet a few rounds and then clinching it at the very final round 11? You know, if anything, Beef, I think it's most probably going to break down in that exact same way.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be interesting how Velvet with their fire that they have right now, winning that domination gave them that confidence to win this crash hard point, right? And if you're XDG, you're going to want to step it up because you just lost two in a row. You may have won in the beginning, but it's important how you actually close the series. Just like in Search and Destroy, it is the hardest to close out a game if you are an advantage. And that's, a kind of mindset that I'm thinking about. Okay, they had a hard time closing out that map number 3 and map number 4. Now the advantage is at Velvet because they have that advantage of winning those two games.
Well, will they be able to make a comeback in here? Let's take a quick look at the map as it is getting loaded, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Velvet will set up a 2-1-2 defense, sending 2 players into shop, 1 right in towards mid, 2 players into high rise. Both of those bomb sites will get blocked off. 1 player pushing up very deep into shop, 1 backing away into grassland. This is a choker block from the side of Singapore. Are we going to be able to see XDG penetrate the defenses? Now, Bravo looks like the side they want to go in for, as Venice will open things up by shutting KE down. Goes in, Annex bot taken out as well. Bomb will get planted, and XDG LXIX look like they want to take round number 1. Venice botting 2 of those shots, and unfortunately, that will cost a fierce life.
And it's going to be a 3v3 situation. It's going to be hard for them to actually get this round, and the bomb is going to be planted here in Bravo, and it's going to be difficult for them to actually get. But Venice is having all of that in her head. She did botch 2 shots, but she did get another 3. It's her 4th. She almost got an ace, AJ. She heard you.
Almost got the ace. Beautiful play with that B push coming in from the side of XDG. They are taking the attacking rounds, and they need to make sure Velvet does not steal any rounds away from them whilst they want to plant this bomb. And this is that stack defense once again, but Venice will drop Savella to open the matchup. And once again, this is going to be a Bravo push, but here comes the smoke to block off the the invade from the side of XDG. A fear gets shut down. It's a 4-on-4. Venice still on the hunt for more blood.
Now, this is what we're talking about, right? It's going to be the sniper map because you have so many angles to choose from. You can see your Keiki having that beautiful angle off of it's going to be hard for her to actually get it, as Consta is going to be one of the most important plays that you can have here. But Venice, again, is going to be one of those important plays to actually get that other pick. But Keiki is just too smart for her right now.
The exact thing that I tell not to do, they will happen to do right now. As Elmo drops Yaki, Zika will lose a life as well. The bomber won't be able to pull off a 2-on-1 situation here. 1-on-1 possible, but as she goes up, opportunity, Bloom shuts it down. KRM, 1 shot to the chest, and that shutdown gameplay. Velvet pulls away a crucial point from XDG's attacking side.
It's going to be dire for XDG to actually pull out another play that won't be read by Velvet. And right now, they are going for another type of push. That push off of that, that center aisle, it's going to be interesting to actually get another pick there. But then we can see the girls from Velvet are trying to get that advantage off of that 3rd floor over here. And it's not going to be easy for them to actually get a pick, as Consta is actually having a hard time to get another frag. She has 1 kill so far, but look at the scoreboard. Only Venice has a lot of kills. Everyone else, not so much. It's all an egg. And in the side of Velvet, only NX Bot is only having that egg.
Moj, opportunity 2-on-1 and manages to shut down Afia. And this is going to be an opportunity once again for the side of Velvet. Yaki taken out as well. Consta solo won't be able to plant the bomb. And this is a loss XDG was not expecting.
I know, it's something that they don't really expect here right now. It's going to be difficult for all of these teams to actually get into it and really having that advantage. 1v4, that is very hard to do in a map like Crash. And with Consta having that sniper, she needs to get another gun over here. She is going to be up against snipers, SMGs, and shotguns all up in her back. And plus that, she needs to get that bomb down. It's not going to look very well for her here, AJ.
Okay, yeah, there's no way she can get this. 30 seconds plus all of this. Yeah, close to impossible, right? 2 players holding on. But then again, just nobody's watching the bomb though. Picks up the bomb. Opportunity here. Spots that. Oh, goodness me. Come on. Stop potatoing it. Consta, focus.
She needs to get that focus down. If I doesn't.
Uh-oh.
Nice work. Get ready for the next
I
round.
heard the
shall
disappointment. Oh, she gets the shot, misses it. Gets the shot, oh, misses it again. That was 4 shots missed by Consta. I mean, we already knew that she wasn't going to win that, but she should have at least gotten that shot, right? You can already tell how this is affecting Consta's state of mind. Again, so far, only Consta and Venice have kills in their team. And this is going to be very bad.
Yeah, and this just means if Velvet actually pulls this off, it's gonna be one of the craziest reverse sweeps in the competition, right? XDG, who has been so dominant from day one. Afia getting taken out by that trophy system. Consta now with the backstab by Bloom, eliminated. XDG down 1 woman, and that's gonna be bad. They need to go in and plant the bomb. Thankfully, the bomb is still with Zika.
Exactly. The bomb is still with her, and it's going to be a 3v4 situation. Still very doable on the side of XDG, but you can already tell how well, the girls from Velvet are really doing this one. You can see here, everyone is going to be in one building, and they're trying to see if they can actually get another pick here. And it's going to be another amazing push here into mid, and it's going to be interesting how they actually get here, especially someone is going to be an A. It's going to be a plant here in Alpha. Amazing push here, amazing read, but there's going to be one person up here.
Oi! Zika shuts Bloom down. 1 shot, no kill. Keiki! 2-piece, what? Yaki and Zika shut down. Keiki on freaking fire. 1 more opportunity. Hey, shoot lah. Yo, Venice with that return shot shuts Keiki out, and it looks like that's all as far as that sniper will go into shine. Venice will need to back away. QQ9 on the shutdown, but 1 more opportunity, and she will get an X-bot as well. And this is a crucial 2nd point XDG pulls for themselves. That was not their round to win at all.
Exactly, especially Keiki with that 2-piece. Man, Venice is absolutely on fire. If you have Keiki on that side, we have Venice here with 9 kills to her name. Afia and Yaki still need to actually get a point. They need to get a kill right now because Venice will probably get tired at the very end of this. They need to do their job and to slay right now.
Okay, Keiki, opportunity once again, and this time she will hold on to shop. Going back down to that ground floor on for that approach. How will XDG take this? Crash is not an easy side to pull this away, but they wanted to play at this map. So let's see exactly what they have got for us. Consta constantly with the pressure onto her opponents. In this match though, unfortunately, she has not shined as brightly. Lucky for her, Venice is absolutely on point with the snipes beef.
Agreed. She's absolutely amazing with that sniper. With 9 kills to her name, that is most out of everyone here. The only person that's mildly close to her is Keiki, and Keiki is doing such a good job as well. And you know that rotation here in Bravo is that long being so amazing. How did she get there?
No, the player was climbing up the ladder right there in front of her. She looked away at that very second the player popped up, and that was about it. XDG will be able to pull point number 3 unless Bloom, Elmo J, and NXBot can make a play. But that is an impossibility as NXBot and Elmo J, Bloom included, get shut down. XDG with the perfect round taken, patience, and they pull it off. But Velvet has drawn blood twice from their attacking side. XDG needs to do the same, if not better.
COD timing at its finest, and sadly, Keiki just looked away at the wrong time. And right now, it's going to be Velvet having finally that attacking side, and they are going to be rushing headed over to that Bravo planned. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get it. And I'm surprised that no one from the girls of, of XDG actually stayed there. And Bloom is going to be very sneaky here in the second floor. Afia still needs to get one kill here, AJ. It's already round 5.
Okay, now let's see. Oh, Bloom with a backstab once again. Sika will take over this power position right up top. This is the balcony of shop. And for the drop man of war opening once again, but unfortunately, it will be NX bot on the other side. QQ9 bot takes down Afia with that thermite as well. Gets the third piece for herself. Yaki on the shutdown. UAV up in the air. QQ9 in hand. Consta right in front of her, and she has spotted her out. NX bot should be able to take this, and the fourth kill in this round, and it is a easy one as Velvet picks it up for themselves.
XDG should have had the advantage to actually win that. They had more players, they had more women in their team, but then NX bot was just too much to handle, and I think it just went down to that communication that they didn't really have to get. No one told them that NX bot was there slaying everyone there, and she finally got that beautiful 2-piece for herself. And right now, Afia still has 0 kills. AJ, it's round number 6. She needs to step it up.
Okay, let's see. 3-3 in here. 5-on-5 in terms of the number of players in. But there's only one player on the defense at Alpha. And there does not be much of an issue. There does not pose to be much of an issue for the side here. High rise as the bomb gets planted at Bravo. Let's see exactly how XDG pulls this back. Sika on the approach. One player outside of the shop, but that is on the other side of the wall. Bloom are on the drop now. Sika should be able to get this. One play goes in front of her. Bloom with the opportunity gets the shutdown. One more in front, and unfortunately Bloom does not get the second piece. Sika on the approach right now for XDG. Can they get the defusal? The answer is no. Afia as well as Consta still with the opportunity to turn things around in here, but the time will go ahead to run out, and XDG, their weakness is the same as mine, keeping an eye on the freaking timer.
Now I'm actually thinking, I think Afia may have connection issues because she was just standing at one certain point. Now, this is very disappointing to see, especially... Oh, here we go. The match has been paused for around 20 seconds. It's because I think Afia is trying to go and reconnect here, and she has 0 in her name so far, which is very, very unlike her because we already know how much of a fragger that she is, and having 0 points at match number 7, especially knowing how this is match point basically. Now this is very dire for everyone else in her team to really step it up here.
Is that pause going to be enough though? Afia, QQ9, referee pauses the match. Thankfully, are we going to be able to take a quick break as well, production?
I don't think that's going to be the case as we do have 1 minute in the clock. Maybe we can shoutcast the time. 43, 42, 41. But then, you know what? Something that is very interesting to see is that the person who's actually bringing this game for her team is Venice. Venice has been such an amazing sniper here, but the problem is everyone else in her team need to step it up. You can see here in the Velvet squad, there's a lot of members and they have an even amount of kills, which is really good for their team right now.
Okay, now hopefully there can be a remake instead, but to continue with that 4-3. Oh no, here comes Afia right back into the fray, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. She is moving again, which means we are back on track. Bring the katana out. Let's ravage some Singaporeans, says XDG LXIX. Are they going to be able to pull this off? It is a 2-1-2 defense set up by XDG. The push onto Bravo is on the go as NX bot will bring that bomb right down. One player on top of shop. That means the open for the plant onto Bravo is just so easy. Grassland is going to get overtaken by Team Velvet here.
Team Velvet looking so good right now, and I feel like Crash is just being so difficult for XDG right now. But Yaki finally with that kill, and Venice needs to get another kill here because she does know that the bomb is being planted. She needs to go and have another frag here and help out Yaki to get one more. As you can see here, she's gonna have a hard time.
Oh boy, she manages to take down Yaki with the 2 piece. So instrumental, so important. Bloom will Will she be able to take Yaki out? This is a 2-on-1 situation. Yaki!
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Unfortunately, does not pull it off. And Velvet, they are 1 round away, 1 victory away from taking the whole of the Valkyrie series. And they have the advantage. The bomb is in their hand, babe.
Yep, the rhythm of the game is going to be up to Velvet, and Velvet has been so good so far, especially when it comes to this one. They are going to be having that split here in mid, going through that A-bomb site. I think they're going to be going for that amazing push here, but then we can see here all the way back, it is 1-1. Venice finally gets that response, but then just like that, Consta, it's the rotation that's going to be very difficult for me right now, and Bloom is going to be the only one left, AJ, and it's going to be difficult for her to get that bomb because bomb is down.
Yeah, okay, a 3-on-1 situation. XDG needs to do this and then pull an exact pressure-filled round just like this to make sure they push it into round 11. Because if they do, it's gonna be a repeat. They will get the bomb, they get the advantage, but the problem is this is a totally different match. And Velvet has shown us that they are so good when it comes to defense on Crash. XDG with a crucial round to pull back 0.5 for themselves. If they don't, Velvet will be your grand champions.
They have the bomb.
Come on here. We just want to see a round 11. I just really want to see a round 11. Come on, just give it to us, guys. Come on, XDG. We already know. Oh no, one more person's down. Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
GGWP.
Unless XDG somehow miraculously gets to win this one, but then the plan is gonna be going down here. Oh no! What just happened? All of the members just left.
We will restart the final round, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will restart the final round, so don't worry. Unfortunately, we could not proceed with that one final play. And I don't think Velvet's going to be very happy with the way that was done at all, because those players, you know, they just jumped out one after the other. But we need to check in terms of the seconds. How long after the start of that round did they exit because of the disconnection? If it was approved by the side of those managing the contest, then it's absolutely fine, isn't it, B?
Exactly. It's going to be absolutely amazing for them to actually be able to do this. And thank you so much for production, for listening to XDG, knowing how well they're really struggling. And, you know, this is something that's very frustrating, right? As a pro player in esports, is it's not really your fault. It's not your fault that the connection is bad. And especially for your internet connection to fail at a crucial time like this really needs to give them a lot of effort to actually pull through. And Velvet as well is going to be able to actually, you know, sit back and relax for a bit. And you know that they have that advantage. They need one more point here. And for XTG, they need to pull out all of the cards that they have out of their pocket to win this one.
Okay, now let's see if Footnote Production will get us to kick a break off here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because even if they were to redo that whole match, they kind of need to kick it back into that same score position. So, you know, it will take a little bit of time. So we are waiting for word from the back end before we can push this out to you guys. Let's see if or not the side of Velvet will be able to tap out this clean one final round they have to take. But XDG, with their final comeback gameplay, if due to all of these final last-minute unexpected, you know, disconnections, manage to pull the game back into their side, the Singaporeans are not going to be happy at all, Beef.
Yep, exactly. And with all of that said, we are going to be taking a little bit short of a break here. We're going to be seeing you back in 3 minutes. We are just going to be sorting out everything here, but we'll get right back to you in a few short moments.
look around you, they are everywhere. They operate from the shadows, right under your noses. You have absolutely no idea what you're up against.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the grand finals of the Valkyrie series brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. And at the moment, it is filled with drama. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Beef Mommy to bring you all of the hottest action. But no hot action can come your way if the players keep getting disconnected.
Yes, so filled with drama to the point where even I couldn't even show my face because my face is filled with drama. So it's going to be interesting how all of these, all these girls come back into this game right now, because we can see here one more point for Velvet is needed for them to win this whole thing. And it's going to be hard for XDG knowing how sucky their connection is and how much of a disadvantage that they are for this one.
Yeah, so a lot of people in the comment section think that, oh no, we're going to redo the whole game. Velvet was almost going to win. No. If they redo it, they're most probably going to redo it and start off from where they were. Most probably at that 5-4 situation, right? So let's see exactly where we are, because the player disconnected at the very, very start of that round. So there's no way the team was going to be able to pick that victory. It would not be a fair fight. So it's a fair call to go in for a restart. So don't panic just yet, okay? Velvet still has an opportunity. If anything, it's given them some time to calm their nerves. Yes, some may argue that it takes away the momentum from the Singaporeans and it gives an unfair advantage to the Philippines. But that's exactly how the online world as well as online games work. Let's see exactly what will be brought in here. As far as the referee calls it fine, it is going to be absolutely fine. And the game shall continue at the point of 5-4. Can XDG force this into a tiebreaker as well as an advantage for themselves? Or can the Singaporeans finish this rightfully and take this back for MYSG? So Vela, Keiki, Bloom, Elmo J, as well as NX Bot for the attack on Velvet. And they will storm high rise. Afia taken down early. And this is the opportunity for an early plant in here. And XDG needs to come up with a response. One player already waiting at the entrance. Let's see how this goes, Pete.
Afia had her katana out. I'm not sure why she had that. She should have brought her gun out, and just like that, it is a 4-1 situation. And here we go. We have Velvet, our champions, AJ, for the Valkyrie series. And we waited that long just for that round to end so quick. And Velvet, they deserve this one, AJ. Out of all of these weeks really fighting, they deserve to be called the champions of the Valkyrie series.
Absolutely, and I love how Velvet did it instead of, the likes of the comment section. Not really liking how the comment section is working right now, but the girls always show what is the better way to take an argument. Instead of doing the talking, they do the walking. Shut up, let's play the game. They brought the game, and you're champions of the Valkyrie series, the one and only MYSG represent Singaporeans, Lion City represent Velvet with the team of the very, very special as well as gifted Elmo J, Keiki, Vapi, Sovella, and Xbot as well as Bloom. They managed to pick the victory up today in such stunning fashion, B.
Now, this team, they were the only non-Philippine team in this matchup, and that is why they really deserve to be here. We already know how super great Philippine teams are, but let us not forget that we have our Valkyries here. You can see Nuketown, it's the reverse sweep of this tournament right now. 150 to 109, XCG got that in the bag. Raid, Search and Destroy, 6 and 5, Crossfire, and here we go. This is where we see XDG falter little by little. They won here 150 to 90, and in Crash Hardpoint 150 to 126, and here in Crash Search and Destroy as well, it is 6 to 4. Well-deserved win here by the Velvet Girls.
The reverse sweep that was not expected. XDG LXIX, the expectation of them to rise up to the top, to grab the victory in here today was what was expected based on the absolute dominance, based on the fact that they have already defeated Velvet at the group stages. Velvet showing not once, but twice in here today that they are the better side. Internet or not, they took such a commanding victory over the first series that they met XDG LXIX. In the second series though, first two games, XDG brought the fire, beat.
Exactly. They really brought that fire in here, especially having that amazing opener. I think it was the mistake of choosing Crash twice in a row that really was one of their, fall downs. And here they did such an amazing job and choosing this Nuketown to actually have that advantage over Velvet. And you can see here how well everyone really played. We have Venice having 11 as well, Afia and Sika having that 13. It's really important to actually have a well-rounded team, and both of these teams really have amazing players.
Oh, no doubt about that at all, right? It's just unfortunate the way things turned out, but it was also not fair to the Singaporeans. If at all, XDG was to come back in there and make a stunning comeback through all of that, right? Because the disconnection at such a crucial point in the competition would break anyone, would shake anyone. It does go ahead to undo the momentum that you have built, because this is not an easy momentum to build. It was not easy to position themselves into a spot for a reverse sweep, and that moment, where we had to go on that long break was quite heartbreaking, but they managed to surge even beyond that. This was game number 2 of the day, beef. Search and Destroy, but once again XDG showing themselves to be the better side.
Yep, exactly. Especially with this one, you can tell how much XDG really wanted here in Search and Destroy. They absolutely destroyed the competition. And even though that Velvet had a little bit of an upcycle here, they were able to get and gather a few points to their name. But XDG just proved to be a little bit too much for them. And they did here so far. And it's going to be interesting how all of these players get and learn from their mistakes today. And yes, maybe connection could be the problem, but it's also performing under that pressure, right? Having the composure that you really need to have, especially in a competition like this.
Yeah, both sides face the pressure. Both sides face the pressure of, facing the internet problems as well as the disconnections. And, both sides managing to show us, performance that we just will not be able to forget. Keiki, with this kill coming right through, even with the snipes that she took earlier on in the day as well, a truly gifted player for these Singaporeans, managing to waste so much of time each and every single round. If anything, she really took the cake for the Search and Destroy.
Oh yeah, the clutches from Keiki was absolutely crazy. She was definitely the playmaker of that matchup. And also, Keiki, during a lot of these matches, actually, for the finals, she was so great. And also in that Search and Destroy. But over here, we're heading over to where they finally sort of fell. Crossfire in domination is going to be the fall from grace that we see here from XDG. They already had that in the bag. They were supposed to get this one, but they had such a hard time, especially going into that second half and really, really giving all of those points to Velvet. They weren't even able to get even close. The rotations were off, they were predictable, and everything was just in the favor for Velvet.
Okay, now let's see. As you know, even at this point, right, where we were thinking that, okay, XDG might be able to make a comeback at that point, it was a beautiful comeback as well as pressure that Velvet placed on them to take that game number 3 away. And as we dropped into Crash, it really looked at the start as if it was going to be flat out, a 50-50 between the two. But Velvet will show us that they do have that extra bit of something. And it was that hard point number 4 where XDG lost this game, Beef.
Exactly. It's that hard point game that they really just needed to shine, but they couldn't do so. They let go of that P4 a little bit too early, didn't even fight for it. They had that early rotation off of P5, but they couldn't even keep it. They couldn't defend it very well. The contest just kept on going. They couldn't utilize all of the point that they were supposed to have. And after that, you can even see Velvet made some mistakes as well. They invested in an XS Goliath a little bit too early, but, they still managed to even get that. So both teams committed mistakes, but in the side of Velvet, they did a little bit too well. And especially here in Search and Destroy, we can see such a strong start from the side of XDG LXIX with a player like Venice getting pick after pick, kill after kill, really getting those essential opening frags for her team. But sadly, it is not enough, and you can already tell here by the look of Afia's score where she wasn't moving at all.
Yeah, and just unfortunate for Afia, right? And she didn't even disconnect through that whole time. We didn't really see her perform much in here. And XDG, by the time all of those disconnections were to come through, it would be so late in the day, so late in the game. But, this is a lesson to the Filipinos as well, if you ask me, because knowing that this is a day of game, they need to be a little bit more well prepared. But even though, as I say that, with the conditions of the world right now, how easy is it for us to step out, right? It's even a lockdown here in Malaysia. Goodness knows how it's down there at the Philippines. So regardless of what they went through, XDG definitely brought the fire in the competition, but it would be Velvet, and with the one and only NX Bot picking up that MVP at that final game. I mean, this player, together with all of the rest from Team Velvet Beef, have been nothing short of impressive.
It's more than impressive. It's absolutely amazing. 15 kills for NX Bot, and she's been so good in this matchup, in this tournament so far. She is probably one of the most consistent players that I've ever seen here in this tournament, and it's so amazing to actually see. And Velvet really deserve this win. And the people in the comment section saying that Velvet are cheaters, no, that is not the case. They definitely win this one with all of their skill, all of their gunfight. And you know what? Just because your favorite team is losing doesn't mean that the other team is also cheating. It just means they're a little bit better, and that should serve as a lesson to the people who actually lose this one, like XDG, to really step up and really just get all of those points in the future.
Yeah, I don't see how Singapore cheated. I don't see how Velvet cheated. Hey, it was your own internet. Go sort it out, all right? Don't blame the girls. They played an amazing day in here today. If in anything, it was the reverse sweep, one of the best that I've seen across all of the competitions that we've shoutcasted, right? And XDG LXIX, you can't take anything away from the girls. They have been so impressive, even with the way they dominated Team Eve, taking the final win on the closing day of the group stages, dropping into the playoffs, showing us such amazing series back to back, to drop in here for the very first time against Velvet. And then the second time round as well. The first time, they got to bail out and blame it on the internet. The second time, questionable whether or not it can be blamed on the internet. But it is what it is.
Agreed. It is what it is. They did so well in the first two games, so it's like maybe their internet worked there, but at the same time, they performed so well in that beginning, and I'm
Yes.
pretty sure the internet also was working during that domination and that
Yes.
hardpoint matchup. It was
Yes.
just they let game number 5 happen, and maybe it was just universe not being on their side, and I'm pretty sure the internet also played the part. But if they won match number 3 and match number 4, they wouldn't be in this situation.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. At the end of the day, is this the end of the road? No. Here is where the beef starts between Velvet as well as XDG LXIX. All of you fans not happy with the decision in here today, make it well known. Oh my God, Mustachio is starting anarchy, right? I don't know. I hope Garena doesn't kick my butt for this. But let it be known in the comment section of this post, on the post of XDG, on the post of Velvet, that y'all are not happy, because we want to see a rematch, but the rematch ain't going to happen at this series. We will have to wait for the next, because as far as the Valkyrie series is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everything is done and dusted. It is the Singaporeans who are at the top. Velvet have shined through. XDG have shined a little bit better, but what matters is who gets it done at the end of the day, and it was the one and only Elmo J NX bot and team. Are we going to be able to see them perform again? Most definitely. Beef and I will catch you at the next competition.
Oh, but then I'm going to be interested to see everything over here, and then the end of this competition. Are we done already? Yes, we are. The MVP, the Valkyrie of the series. I'm going to be interested to see who it is going to be. Now, we've been waiting for this time for such a long time, and a lot of these things happen for a reason. All of these girls that have been nominated here for Valkyrie does deserve this, but who is going to be the winner of that $200?
Would it be Elmo J? Would it be Mia? Would it be the one and only Afia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Or Yisa? Drum roll, Beef Mommy. I'll do it for you. You do the honors of announcing our very first Valkyrie and the winner of your Valkyrie Honor Award.
Oh, it's going to be XDG LXIX Afia, being the amazing shotgunner that she is, the winner of the Valkyrie Honor Award. Afia is the most amazing shotgunner, the KRM user, the QQ9 god. Basically, everyone all around. Afia is the force to be reckoned with, and she will be the Valkyrie of this series. The pride of the Philippines is going to be Afia.
Oh, absolutely well deserved. And you know, how do I put this right? So many ladies have stepped into this competition, and they have managed to shine, and they have managed to impress all of us. But to be able to take the cake at the end of the day, even better than Keiki can, to be able to snatch the victory as the one that is most loved by the community, it is for one reason and one reason only. It is because of how consistently she impressed all of us, Beef.
Exactly. She was so consistent with her gameplay. She's been doing so well, and everyone really loves this player. Like myself, I've already seen these girls really try to match it up, and from day one, she shined so bright. And XDG was the first matchup that we had in game number 1 in series 1 in our group stage, and to see her go all the way through here and be the Valkyrie that she deserves is such an amazing feat. Now, I'm so excited to actually be able to spend all of this time with everyone here. The Valkyrie series have been absolutely crazy, and I'm so honored to be here with you, Mustachio.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine, Beef. Today would be the day where I say, hey, Beef, high five, Beef. I give you a 10, Beef.
No!
Beef.
No!
Beef.
No! Why would you do this?
Have a
You're
good
so
day.
mean!
Have a good day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Y'all stay safe. Make sure you demand for more action from all of the women in the Call of Duty mobile scene, okay? And Garena will definitely deliver. Beef, thank you so much for all of your great casting as well as the analysis that you've been able to drop into the series. And that's the end, Rila.